Nothing fell. Nothing fell. I'm good. I don't know where my mouse pad is. Oh well. Oh. Good morning. Good morning. Wait, where am I? Okay. Wow. Good morning. Beep 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 boop 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 boop. Good morning. Hello. Good morning. Beep 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 beep. Did you think just clicking this so it leaves me alone? Holy crap. 25? Did I see the number wrong? Holy crap, good morning everyone! Are you surprised yet again today that I am alive? Me too! How do we gain Kanna coin? What things can we buy with it? Well. Those are very good, intelligent questions that I would love to answer. You get Kanna coins, chat. how do we get Kanna coins again? Kanna coin is fun bucks. Whatever that is, it sounds like fun. You get more, it's worth less than... Hey! They're both worth practically nothing, so it's the same. You get it by watching my stream. Tada! And doing the daily login. And if I'm not mistaken, claiming first. You know, it's like one of the three. We'll find out together. Stop bugging me. How am I the richest? Who is the richest in Kanna coins? I want bragging rights. Honestly, chat? No, it's just bragging rights. Good morning. I can bribe someone with Monopoly bucks? No, just try using my currency. Bribe someone. What the heck is that? What the heck is that? You can find the list of all commands. Wow, there are so many commands that I don't even know what for. Why is unholy there? Why is poop still there? Kanna, stop spamming the chat. Someone ban her. Someone ban that person. Genuinely. Can we ban Kanna? Didn't you say you've tried? And we get started. Okay. I shall answer all the questions. I'm pleading to Twitch so many times. Okay. One at a time, people. One at a time. First of all, remember when I said I called the professional cleaning service? I thought the only thing that might get... Like, they won't know me, right? But, like, for safety, I put away my mouse pad because there's my face on it. Because professional cleaners would totally watch VTubers in their spare time. Right? I mean, what are the chances? But you never know. You never know. What else? Then I forgot where I hid it. I think I hid it very well. But now I don't know where it is. So, you know, I'm just using mouse. No pad. Let it be known from this moment forward, I will blame my lack of mousepad for any skill issues. Thank you. And what is the other question? I forgot the other question, so that's all the questions we have today. Good morning. I'm still eating my cereal. Basically, I was hungry, but I don't know what to eat, chat. So I found whatever is in my fridge, which was the cereal / Weetabix that Michi gave me back in like March or April, I think. And then I found some apples, so I yeeted that in. And then I found some cornflakes. And then I put vanilla cookies in. And because I forgot about it, they've all turned into one big mush. It has to be expired. No la, it was in the fridge. It's fine. I didn't check the expiration date. But, right? In my head, why are you eating expired food again? The cornflakes were only expired by like... When was January? 6 months. But like they're dry. You know what I mean? You put dry cereal in the fridge. I do because it is very humid here. If I leave it outside, it will go soggy. Yes? Humidity. Okay, I'm pretty sure I saw the box and it said 17/01/2026, and that's the cornflakes. I am roughly sure the Weetabix would have lasted longer. I don't know. Anyway, they're all just mush now. Stream mulai udah capek banget ya Tuhan. Mohon maaf. But like, aren't cereals supposed to be like dry ingredients that last like a long time? It's almost 7 months out. I don't know. Exactly. Humidity thing. Yes. I just put everything in the fridge, chat. Anyway, I prepped the cereal. I put it in on my PC. Then I put Miu in her crate and everything. By the time I got back, it turned to porridge. Out. I wish this girl's still alive. I started the stream by saying, "Oh my god, I'm alive." I'm not that bad, chat. Honestly, I'm not that bad. I don't think I'm that bad. I could be worse. Mushrooms could be growing out of my lemons. You know what I mean? It's not a competition. I would recommend using silica gel to get condensation remover. Oh.
Makasih ya, Beb.
What did I do to deserve this, Benders? What do you mean I have cockroach tenacity? It's not that bad. Honestly, on a scale of like... Okay. Can I just say something? I once found... Wait, have I told this story before? I've once found 7-year expired soy sauce at my grandma's house. Do you know how long it takes for soy sauce to go expired? And it had been expired for 7 years, right? So like if how long? What is the shelf life on soy sauce? Someone double check. Someone, anyone. Aged soy sauce, exactly. Wait, what was it called again? Soy sauce shelf life. I think it was like Kikoman or something. Okay, unopened soy sauce lasts 2 to 3 years when stored in a cool and dark pantry. If it's unopened, it could last 3 years. Well, anyway, it was opened. It was pretty much opened. You know what? Maybe I just inherited tenacity from my grandma. she had like orange juice, or was it mango juice that was expired? The expiration date was like a month ago, and she drank it from the fridge, and apparently she's fine. The same grandma that poisoned you. Yes. The same grandma that poisoned me. There's 3 notifications there. There's 3 unholy things that should not be there. The pieces are puzzling together, so you have built tolerance. What if all this time you could have been just as tenacious as me? You just weren't tempered by my grandma. I think we have your grandma to thank. Okay, chat, I have to admit, I lived with my grandma, right, growing up. After I moved out, looking back, there are so many concerning aspects to my grandmother and the way she lives. And I did not realize until I moved out and experienced what it's like to not live that way. Oh, the bug spray was meant to kill bugs, but instead it gave her cockroach powers. Fair. See, I told you, ingesting the poison is like, you build immunity, right? Right? Is that the thing? Use silica gel pouches are dried in the oven. Oh, is it those things in like potato chip bags that they say do not eat? Don't justify consuming poison like that. But in all the novels and manhwas and everything, when there's like a royal family and shit, they consume poison little by little to build tolerance. Isn't that factual, question mark? Is that not factual? Did they not base it off reality? I always thought that was true. You know, when what's like a random story? When like the crown prince with the where are you banking me? And the stepmother queen thing sends them poison, blah, 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 and then they grow up and then like, you know, they get poison immunity. Bam. It's historical and it didn't go well. I feel like, okay, I swear to God, I feel like I've read something or someone has like ingested / been exposed to so much poison that they... I'm so dumb. You know what it is? It's probably Toriko, isn't it? Who's the guy with the poison blood person who has so much poison and they can mix and match it in their bodies. I've read too much mangas, chat. Have you had any more gas leaks? No. But I feel like, you know what, today? Nerd. Shut up. Yesn't. It's very situational. Huh. Is it like gacha then? You just wing it and hope for the best situation to come out? Marriage toxin? What is marriage toxin? Is it the poison you get if you get married? Damn. I thought getting married meant you'll be happily ever after and all that. Yeah. What? Is that not the manga you're reading? I read too much. I guess not. I'll read that after this. I finished my porridge. My fruit, Weetabix, cornflake, and vanilla cookie porridge, chat. That was a very bizarre experience. And mold. It was fine. Is palworld safe to run? Okay, earlier I tried opening it. My GPU shot to 90%. And that was without streaming. So we'll find out! Ta ha ha ha! Ah ha ha! It's gonna be fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Don't worry, it's fine. It's not gonna explode. It will want to explode. You set your graphics. I will, after this, set it to whatever will make my PC survive. I think it was like by default, it set everything to high. I think. And then I couldn't find the button to set the resolution low. So I closed it and we'll open it again later. I may or may not be PNG chat. So feast your eyes on my face right now. Because later this will probably not be the face that you see. By 3D. I'm technically 2D still. I'll just be even more 2D. PNG is more fitting. What do you mean? I gotta be free from the face of evil. Look at my face. I'm the opposite of evil. Look at this. Look at this. Angelic 2D. Why are you bugging me? Okay, full disclosure. I finally installed Palworld, right? The only thing I've done is open it and try to hack into... I tried to legally go into Pharaoh's server. And then that's it. That's all I've done. I haven't even made my character. So, you're going to painfully watch me learn how to play this. Is Pharaoh here? Pharaoh's solely here, isn't he? It was legal. I did not get the access illegally. I should prepare myself for... Oh, dude, I'm gonna be so lost. That, and remember, I have no mouse pad. So, I'm just letting you know I will blame my lack of mouse pad for any skill issues. But you will totally understand my competence. Your lack of mouse pad is a skill issue. Shut up. I'm so proud of myself. You know, I ate this morning. I didn't forget my morning vitamins. I fed Mew. She's sleeping. She punched my face today, chat, this morning. I don't even know, man. Punch, kick, you know, is it the same? They're all legs. She kicked me in the face. Brutally asked her, hey! I was lovingly carrying her. And she kicked me in the face. What else did I do today? I picked up her poop. And I threw away another dog's poop. I did so much, chat. Man. My fridge, a part of my fridge may or may not be broken. So the technician might come and fix the whatever part is broken. And also this morning I woke up. By the way, oh my god, life-changing. Last week I got a dishwasher, chat. Do you know why? Because I was supposed to get a vacuum, so I got a dishwasher. Do you understand my logic? It's perfect. Remember when I said I wanted to get a vacuum? So I got a dishwasher. It totally makes sense. Do you clean your mattress yet? Not yet. Okay. Everything will make sense. Not even God understands your logic. No, there is a completely... Okay. I will explain. First of all, I was totally gonna buy the vacuum. But then, I saw there was a dishwasher on sale. It was on discount. And hear me out, you get a free vacuum. You know what I mean? So like now I get like a 2-in-1 thing. Must be Shopee. Yes, it was. It was totally Shopee. It was on Shopee. See, that makes sense, right? Because then I thought, Okay, I could have just gotten a vacuum. But now I have a dishwasher and a vacuum. I'm so smart. I thought I was so big brain, chat. Ha! Nah! I swear. Okay, but since it's from Shopee, what are both? Okay, full disclosure, I think the vacuum doesn't count with extensions that will allow you to vacuum the bed. And the second part is, the reason why I explained that I have a dishwasher now is because this morning I woke up and the dishwasher ain't working. So I don't know, someone is coming to fix the part of the fridge and another person might come to fix the dishwasher. Anyway, I'm trying my best. You know that life is so hard, Chad. Life is so hard, but I'm so proud of myself. A freaking course. But it was working for a few days and I'm so proud of myself. Did you know how life-changing a dishwasher was? I was on my knees when I saw it says error. It didn't break, it just says error. It's not the same thing. I don't know what's wrong with it. Let a person who understands deal with it. I'm on my knees. It didn't even laugh. And it might not be the dishwasher. It could be something else, chat. I don't know. Do you know how difficult life is, chat? But having a dishwasher for a few days was like life changing. My back don't have to hurt from standing there because I like cooking, chat. You know, that's my problem. I like cooking. Edible food, mind you. Edible food. Non-expired. Before you say anything. But it worked! The cookie... When it worked, it was amazing! I need a living handyman. You know what? Maybe I should learn how to be a handyman. She needs a donor. Maybe you know what? Maybe that's the skill set I'm missing in life. Then I could have just fixed my own kitchen light and not have a gaping hole. I could fix my own door handle. I'm just missing out on how to fix crap. Nobody taught me that growing up. Man. Food, otherwise known as whatever she finds crawling around. Hey, they don't crawl, they stay in place. Oh my god, Pharaoh! Okay. I have an announcement. Not an announcement, I have information. Chat, I have information that will make you maybe proud of me. No, you'll be proud of me, probably. Pharaoh. Remember the instant noodles that I had that I made a cake with? Remember that you told me to throw out and I only had the really tiny trash can? I realized that I put it on the tiny trash can, but I forgot to take the tiny trash can out, right? Anyway, it was technically on top of the trash can, you know, because it doesn't go in. But like, I found it. Anyway, because, okay, in terms of where the dishwasher is, I don't have a place for it other than next to the giant pipe wrench, okay? So like in your head, close your eyes, there's like a dishwasher on the left, and then pipe wrench on the right, and then tiny trash can, and then the block of noodle. But it's still in the Ziploc. So it's like secure and safe and stable and all that jazz. Anyway, it's been on my mind because I told you it was like one of my favorite flavors, the green chili one. And you know what happened, Pharaoh? It was discontinued, you know, the flavor. They're probably more stable than you are. The flavor was discontinued. So if I wanted to get it, I would have to like buy it online. It's a hassle. But, chat, you know what happened earlier this month? I think they re-released and relaunched the flavor. Ah! like nationally and all that jazz. Yeah, Chabijo! I'm so happy. I'm genuinely so happy. Right? So now I will throw out the tiny trash can and the Chabijo Indomie in the Ziploc bag because they have relaunched it. See? See? I found it once a while ago, but not anymore. They relaunched it, dude. Go out and look for it. I found it at like a nearby convenience store. And yes, and now they have the jumbo one. They have the green chili, but bigger. Not one portion, it's like 1.5. And they've had the rendang one in like jumbo portion too. So now you can have both jumbos. So now you can throw it away, yes. Do you think it's a sign from God? Do you think it's a sign from God? They relaunched the flavor. Holy crap! What if, you know what? If you think about it, maybe the tiny trash can is like an altar, right? Maybe it's like an altar, and when I put it there, I put out a message to the universe, and then they relaunched the flavor. Really? It's all meant to be, chat. Life is wonderful. I manifested it back. Will she throw it away? I will. I just told you I found it. So, it's there. It's in my pantry again. But I will throw it away this time. I swear to God. I will throw it away because now I can get a non-toxic one from a convenience store. Aren't you proud of me? And I didn't even try to eat it. You said that earlier this month. I forgot about it, okay? I totally forgot about it. It was next to the pipe wrench. Where did I put my notebook? You know what? This is what cleaning does. You know what cleaning does? Cleaning messes up with the location of your mess. So now I can't find jack shit. I can't find my mouse pad. I can't find my notebook. Aw, man. I can't write it down if I can't find my notebook. Where's my dang notebook? Where is my dang I'm lost. It's gone. It's gone, chat. I don't think cleaning. No, I think cleaning is the problem. No, genuinely, where the heck is my... I found the pencil! Oh! I found a notebook. It's under the Cheetos. Ha 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 ha. You have notepad on your... You're so smart. I have notepad on my computer. We're not gonna talk about that. We're totally not. The notebook you're using as a mousepad. I'm using my iPad cover as the mousepad right now, chat. You understand, right? iPad has like a cover protector thing. I took it off and I'm using that as the mousepad right now. Because that's all I had. One day, I too will find my mousepad, just like I found my notebook. Okay. So. My notepad says get vacuum. I got vacuum. Smack dust. I have not smacked dust. Clean bed. No, is Pharaoh calling me? Chat, on a scale of 1 to 10, do you think Pharaoh will be proud of me? Do you think Pharaoh will be proud of me? Surely.
I mean, good job getting the dishwasher and the vacuum cleaner. Questionable job getting them off of Shopee.
Where else do I get them from?
I'm not disappointed in you? Question mark. So I mean, there's that at least. Shopee. So I knew I wasn't going to be a viewer tonight. Des, as soon as
because of Palworld, right?
Palworld. Yeah, as soon as I saw Palworld, I was like, oh yeah, no, I'm gonna have to be a participant.
Yay! Human trafficking, let's go! I'm so ready. Yes, sir. Are you here to
I don't
tell
do
me
as
how
much
proud you
human
are?
trafficking as Michi does. I do indentured servitude though.
Right.
I have
So slavery.
yes. I have captured several traders and put them in place at my base. I'll show you. Several.
Oh, is it on the server? Does that mean I can see later your legal workers?
Hey man, look, they're getting a great deal. They're getting 3 hots and a cot. They're protected by some of the nastiest pals that I'm able to find to work in my base with them. So like, whenever anybody tries to attack my base, they just get absolutely dog walked. So like, I don't know that. If I was in their position, I would not be complaining. All they have to do is hang around my base and wait for me to come up and be like, "Hey man, I need to buy some shit from you," and then I take off again. They just go back to hanging out, talking to each other. A little bit of both, Dash.
A little bit of both.
A little bit of both. I'm trying to power eat this ice cream without hurting my teeth.
Ice cream. I want ice cream.
I bought orange creamsicles.
Oh, I've never had those. We don't have those here.
My absolute favorite ice cream of all time.
Oh.
It's like vanilla cream but with orange.
Vanilla cream, but with, I can't imagine how that tastes like, honestly.
It's very good.
Vanilla?
It's very light. It's not really, it's not like super heavy like chocolate or something is. It's just very
refreshing. It tastes like vanilla with orange. Oh, mind blowing. I wouldn't have known.
Essentially, yeah.
Orange popsicle. Do we even have those here? I think we have the rainbow popsicle. We have I don't know what else we have. What else do we have? I should eat more ice cream. We have ice cream cones. They're okay. There's no Indonesian flavored ones. I mean like, you know, like local flavors. I feel like they're all just like vanilla chocolate.
What would you get for like a vanilla or like a local flavor? Like I'm trying to think, what the hell's the name of that fruit that stinks? But durian. The durian ice cream could be a thing.
Oh, there's a lot of those probably.
Mangosteen ice cream probably.
Oh, I've never seen those. I wonder why, but yeah. That could have been a thing.
I would think that would work, right? I've never had mangosteen, but I've heard it's really good.
Mangosteen is good, but like I never seen it in ice cream form. What else is a local fruit? Snake fruit is also a local fruit, but no ice cream. There's mango ice cream. Mango is not local, is it? Kind of local, maybe.
I mean,
mango
I think you guys
cream.
have mangoes there, right?
Guava ice cream.
I would think so.
Yeah, there's guava. I don't think there's rambutan ice cream. You know what I've seen? Tolak angin ice cream. You know, the herbal...
Onion?
Tolak angin. The herbal medicine thing. That apparently Michi absolutely loves.
Of course she does. That tracks 100%. That's so... Yeah, anyway.
Yeah. There's that as a flavor. What else is a funny flavor? I've seen rujak ice cream. Rujak is like Indonesian fruit salad? Question mark? How the hell do you define rujak? Okay, first of all, I've never eaten rujak in my life. I just see people eating it. It looks like fruits with peanut sauce. Right?
With peanut sauce.
Is it peanut sauce on top? I've just never had it in my life. Don't at me if I don't know what that is. Not always. Then what is it? Just mixed fruit? I had one in Yogyakarta. Huh. Wait a minute. What is rujak? Rujak is... there's types, Pharaoh. I was wrong.
there's types.
It's like a category. Tamarind,
very interesting.
tamarind sauce. There you go.
Okay.
Okay, so
I
okay.
mean, a peanut. I could see a peanut sauce. I mean, we put peanut butter on all kinds of stuff,
Okay,
so I could see a
according,
peanut sauce being used.
yeah, but it's a sweet peanut sauce. Apparently,
Yeah, right.
according to Google, rujak, the one with fruits in it, would have young mangoes, pineapples. What the heck is bangkwang in English? Radish? No, that must not be radish.
No, it
What
can't
is
be radish.
bangkwang?
That would be so fucking weird if it was radish.
What
Oh,
the
that
heck
would
is
be so
bangkwang in
fucking weird
English?
if it was radish.
Bangkwang in English, wow. It's a jicama. Jicama? Mexican
what?
turnip. It's a jicama.
Okay. Never.
It's spelled Jicama. A
Oh,
Mexican turnip.
I think it's
Question mark.
yeah.
Okay, so to recap,
Yeah.
young mangoes, pineapples, jicama, and water guava. Is that what they're called? Is that what they're called? I don't know. It's a guava that looks green. Wait. Okay, I also don't like guava. I've always
Fair.
said that I eat a lot of things, but sometimes I speak and then I'm like, I don't like a lot of things too. A water
That's fair.
apple?
I eat a lot of things. I ate a lot of things, but there are quite a few other things that I absolutely am never going to put in my face hole. So I get
Such
that.
as
Haggis. Mm-mm. Nope, I'm
haggis.
good.
What is a haggis?
It's a Scottish thing. They take like all of the internal organs from like sheep, and then they stuff it in like the stomach lining of a sheep, and then they like bake it. And yeah, I'm good. I don't do internal organs. Internal organs are not my thing. I don't like liver.
I also don't like
No,
liver.
NFS. It's not like a sausage. It's really like they just take the organs, they clean them, and then they stuff it all inside of like the stomach lining, and then they just like tie it up and throw it in the oven. It is not. It is not. It's not. No, it's not. No, you're not. It's not chorizo. It's no, it's not chorizo. It's shit. Chorizo is Mexican sausage, and that shit slaps. So you're thinking of oh fuck. Yeah, there's a Mexican soup that's basically the same thing, and that shit is absolutely vile to no, I can't. I'm sorry. No offense to my Hispanic homies, but I can't. No, it's not chorizo. Chorizo's amazing. I love chorizo. It's on the tip of my tongue. It's shit. I'm gonna look it up now because it's gonna bother me.
I like jicama, but it's very hard to get over here. Oh, it's very low in calories and sugar. I don't think I've ever eaten the jicama. There's a lot of like skincare here locally made of
what
those.
it's called.
The what?
Menudo. You're thinking of
Menudo.
Yeah, you're looking of menudo. Yeah, menudo is it's a soup that's made with the internal organs of various livestock.
I googled menudo and a Puerto Rican boy band appeared.
Yeah, so there's menudo's also the name of yeah, I can't do it, man. I can't get past the smell.
The smell of liver.
I am very scent oriented. If I can't get past the smell of something, I can't engage with it.
What about tripe?
Nope.
Cow stomach?
Nope.
Intestines?
I don't understand what you're eating when you eat chicken feet. There's nothing there to eat. I don't understand. You know what? I can just get collagen in a pill form and not have to eat fucking chicken feet. And I'm gonna give you 3 guesses how I'm gonna get my collagen. There's no fucking way, bro. Come on.
But like, it doesn't have a smell, and you just like You know?
Nah, but no.
Haven't you
No.
had it in like dim sum or something?
No.
Chicken, they just taste like sweet and spicy, and they're like, "Nyeh, nyeh, 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 nyeh." You know, you nibble.
That's
You nibble on
that's
the
great.
toast.
That's great. The way you nibble on my sanity. Yes, I understand now.
Nyeh, 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 nyeh,
I'm
nyeh.
good. Oh my god, please stop.
But
My-
like, what if
Nah.
it's just all in your head? Like, what if you don't think about it? What if we blindfold you and just eat it in your mouth? You know what I mean? Well,
I feel like as soon as it made contact with my tongue, I would know what the fuck was in my
I
mouth.
don't think you'll know.
And then
I don't think you'll know.
Absolute,
If we
the
debone
absolute
it, right, chat?
the absolute fury that would result. See, I'm also weird about textures and things that I eat. So if it's like some kind of like if it's like too chewy,
It's
I
not
can't do that.
chewy. It's like Oh, chat. How do I describe it? It's like eating the fatty part of a something. You know what
See,
I mean?
I don't eat the fatty part of anything. So
What?
that's not gonna
What
work.
about like
Yeah, I don't-
what
I don't-
about like pork belly?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
You don't like pork belly?
I don't like
The
fat. And I don't
crispy
like grizzle.
ones? What's grizzle?
Yeah, I don't like. It's the grizzle is like the sinewy
the heck is
bits.
Sinewy bit.
Yeah.
Grizzle?
No, I don't do
Grizzle.
fat and I don't do grizzle. I'm sorry. Like
What
okay, for
about-
example, my the only cut of steak that I genuinely like is sirloin, largely because it is the leanest cut of steak. There is the least amount of fat. Like, yeah. So
You're not a ribeye person?
No,
Interesting.
give me the sirloin. Sirloin and filet
Interesting.
are the cuts that I prefer. Yeah,
Ah.
sirloin's got a lot of flavor too. You don't have to have a lot of fat to have good flavor. The sirloin, if it's like from a good cut, it's got plenty of flavor without having to Oh, I don't have any pound balls. You merchants are safe because I didn't bring any balls with me anyway. So yeah. I like chicken. I like fish. Again, because not fatty.
Whoa! I can't
But I'm
believe
not a
you're
big
lean meat
fan
person.
of I'm not a big fan of salmon. It's too fishy.
Fatty.
No, it's just too fishy. The fishy I like
Salmon is too fishy.
like mahi whitefish. I like tuna. I do like tuna. Tuna's good.
Yeah, because tuna's lean. Well, if you're eating the meaty part, right? If you eat have you had
Yeah.
like the belly tuna?
No, I have not. I've never had duck, so I'm not sure. I'm
You've
kind of hit or
never
miss with
had-
dark meat.
What?
I'm kind of hit or miss. I'm kind of hit or miss with dark meat.
Wow.
Depends on how
Wow.
it's prepared.
It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting. When you come here one day, I'm gonna have to think about it. No, what is it called? Like innards? What is it called? Awful?
Awful. Yeah, awful.
What counts
Yeah,
as awful again? Like every
Pretty
part other than
basically
meat?
any like all of the internal organs, like the parts, like the leftover
Awful.
parts, is what they're usually. Awful is awful. Yeah, Lamau.
Well,
Like yeah.
what about skin? What about like chicken skin? Like crispy chicken skin?
Well, yeah. I mean, if it's like fried chicken, of course, the skin's on for fried chicken a lot of the time.
What about
So that's
fried
fine.
salmon skin? What about crispy pork skin? Does that count as awful?
like no, pork rinds are good. I like pork rinds sometimes. That's what we call them here. Is the
Pork
crispy
rinds.
the crispy pork skin. Yeah.
Technically, chicken feet is all just skin. So it really is the same thing. It's just not crispy.
Nah,
just don't
nah,
think
miss me with
about
that
it.
shit. Miss me with that shit. Get
Just
out of here
don't
with that
think
nonsense.
about it.
You can't
you
you
do eat
can't flim
brains?
flam. You can't. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Never.
Yeah, missing
Because
out.
that's how you get prion disease. And I'm sorry if I know too. The problem is I know too much about too many things, and like eating brains is a good way to get prion disease. And certain prion diseases, like you're gonna die, and you're gonna die horribly.
Are you
Like
saying
it's
you
not
don't
even
trust
like.
Indonesian like cooking brains?
I
You probably
don't trust American cooking brains. Okay, I don't care who it is.
It'll be fine. You
No.
know what? You won't even know. It'll be like
No.
tofu. It'll be fine.
No.
Don't worry about it.
We don't.
Well,
Again, I know
don't
too much
worry
about
about it.
prion disease. There's no way.
Hiya.
I would genuinely be upset if somebody tried to sneak me brains because it's not.
I think
safe.
you would know. Honestly,
yeah.
I think you would know.
Yeah, it's not safe. I don't play games with stuff like that because
How would
again
you survive here?
I've watched too many documentaries where people caught one of a variety of prion diseases and then proceeded
does
to
it matter
die
like what
horribly.
brains? Like what
Nope.
if some brains are safe?
No, there's no such thing. Any brains can have it. Doesn't yeah. There's not a guaranteed safe way to consume brains.
Ooh. Not even
No matter
boiled
what.
for safety?
Prions are weird, man. Prions can survive shit that bacteria and viruses won't. That's the thing. Prions are they're very strange. You know, prions are technically neither alive or dead.
I don't even know how to spell prion.
Prions. Prions.
Prions. That sounds like the name of a car.
Yeah.
No, that's a Prius.
That's a Prius. Close enough. Priuses are neither alive or dead either. But yeah, prions are odd, and the things they can do to you are ugly.
Oh.
Yeah, they're kind of like a weird little fold of DNA, and it's like, again, not really like alive or dead. And they get into your body, and then they start like fucking with your genetic code, and not in a cool, I'm gonna get super mutant powers this way kind of thing. It's I'm just gonna die horribly now, aren't I? Because there's not any way to fix it. Like once you get it, like you're just kind of shit out of luck.
Oh.
Yeah, because there's no way to purge it, basically.
Sounds like prawns. I've never heard of this ever in my life. Maybe it doesn't exist here. It probably does. But maybe if you don't think about
See,
it.
that's the problem, is it can exist anywhere. Like there's not, like I said, that's why it's like I just won't eat brains, because there's not a guaranteed way to be safe about it.
Okay, wait, but have you ever had like offals?
I have been
Other
in
than
places
liver.
where they were being prepared, and the smell alone sent me out of the room. So
So you've technically never
That's
had
the-
them.
yeah, I don't. You know what? I've also never been shot, but I don't think I need to be shot to understand that it's not something I want to do.
That's different.
It's not.
It's
the exact
totally
same,
different.
It's the exact same.
It's not
exact same
like
chain of
eating
logic.
offal
Kanna.
is not equal to getting shot.
I mean, true, but again, I don't need to have the experience of it to know that it's not something I need in my life.
Hi, I never realized how much offals are in like Indonesian food until you say that you don't eat them, and then I'm like, oh, but there's so much in so many different foods. And then
Yeah,
I
no, that
think
makes
about
sense. It's very common in developing countries that you can't. It's like here, this is one of those spoiled American things, right? Like here, we can afford to just eat the cuts of meat without having to consider what happens to the leftovers, right? Because
reducing food
yeah,
waste.
we again, it's spoiled American things. We don't worry about, like, for the most part, like, oh my god, we have to eat the entire animal because it is wasteful to not do that. So it's definitely
I would
one
say
of
the
those
one
things.
I can't stand is liver, because it has that metallic taste. I've never eaten
Yeah.
one, and I'm like, yum.
It's
but-
just it reminds me of like licking blood. That
And
heavy
you've done
iron.
that before. Mhm.
Well, yeah,
I see
of course.
your pastime, of course. To live
I
to
mean-
3,000 years, you might need to resort to some things.
Listen, you're the one who put the number on me, Ricky Bobby. Now you don't get to question what I have to do to make it happen, all right?
I'll eat, but I've eaten chicken hearts before. Chicken hearts. What's the other thing that's not the liver? At ampla to apa ya? Wait.
I don't know.
Ampala.
I'm not sure what else
Gizzard.
you would. Oh, the
Gizzard.
gizzards, yeah. Nope,
Gizzard?
can't do gizzards. The smell, yeah, gizzards are. I can't because the gizzard just.
Yeah.
We have gizzards are a big thing here in the South. Chicken gizzards,
Oh,
especially
yeah, I've
like
had those.
deep fried chicken gizzards. Like the old folks love that shit here, and the
Yeah.
fucking smell. Like I can't.
If
I
you
absolutely
clean it
cannot.
well and it's fresh, and it's
Well,
not
then
really
apparently they're not
stinky.
cleaning it or something very well here because that shit just
Actually,
absolutely not.
And yakitori is great though. Ah.
It is not a thing.
It's crunchy.
me,
I
anyway.
really like that like kori texture, like the texture that's like kind of like crunchy, like you know the soft bone and on a chicken breast. You know what I mean? Like that the what do you call it? The one that looks like a triangle.
I don't.
The
I don't
white
eat
part.
bones.
Chat. It's not
The
technically
wishbone?
a bone, but you know, not the wishbone. I'm not crazy.
I don't know. I don't know, Kanna. You're talking about eating all kinds of shit that I'm just like, no, why would you do that?
No. What is
Girl,
it called
why would you
in
do that?
Japanese? In Japanese, it's called nankotsu, but I don't know what it is in English.
Yeah, I know that Japan has a lot of entrails in a lot of their dishes.
Oh, it's so good though. I love. Yeah, in Indonesian, it's called tulang rawan. So I don't know what it. It's cartilage, right?
Cartilage.
Cartilage.
Yeah,
I think is a thing.
probably.
Yeah, I like that kind of texture. So I will eat probably things that have that texture. I haven't tried
Sure.
cow stomach though.
Oof. Cow tongue is another one. I can't get behind that one
Oh,
either.
cow tongue is so good though.
Yeah.
It's so good though. It's so good though.
More for you.
If there's like so many ways to eat it. There's one where you like slice it thin and
I'm
then you
gonna come to
saute it. I
Indonesia
said
and eat at McDonald's the entire time I'm there. Is what's gonna happen.
you're just gonna eat at McDonald's, aren't you?
It's gonna be.
Not good. You're just gonna be
McDonald's,
there.
fuck
You're
this
just
is.
gonna be at McDonald's and KFC. Have a fried chicken at McDonald's because apparently
I'll just take a page out of Michi's book and eat nothing but Indomie while I'm there.
It's gonna be fine. If you like lean meat, just eat rendang. It's they don't use a fatty part for that. Probably. You're gonna be fine. I'll try to remember. No cartilage, no chicken hearts, no chicken gizzard, no. What else was it? No intestine, no fatty parts. That's all I remember. You're gonna be fine. Don't worry about it. You're gonna be fine. You're gonna eat martabak. You're gonna eat. I don't know what else you're gonna eat. You're gonna be fine, Pharaoh. You're gonna be absolutely fine.
I see.
You're gonna eat satay, and I promise I won't give you the satay that has questionable things on it.
I appreciate that. Please, no questionable things.
Satay clean. There's rabbit satay? I've never had those. We have Taco Bell, apparently. Somewhere. In a worst case scenario.
I am sketch on American Taco Bell. I'm sorry, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't see myself fucking with Indonesian Taco Bell. American Taco Bell is sketchy as hell.
You call Taco Bell food? I don't know. I haven't had it. What? We have a lot of fast food. You're gonna be fine.
Taco Bell
Jollibee.
sustains life. Calling it food may be kind of a stretch.
We have Subway, but their portions are very questionable.
Subway, I don't do Subway here. Subway is not great anymore.
Wait,
They used to be pretty good back in the day.
What fast food do you eat then?
I don't
Pizza?
eat a lot of fast food actually.
Huh.
I usually, if I'm gonna order food or something, I get it from like one
Yeah.
of the local restaurants or whatever.
Oh,
Generally
fancy.
speaking,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I don't do a lot of fast food. Every once in a blue moon, I'll get a nostalgia craving for like McDonald's chicken nuggets or whatever. But
I get that though. I don't know why McDonald's like McNuggets are so good, and I don't know why. They just hit different.
it's a childhood thing for me. That was like the thing
Probably.
when I was a kid. Going to McDonald's and getting a nugget, what you call it, a nugget like kids meal or whatever was like a treat because we were poor as fuck, so we didn't get to do that very often. So
That's true. When I was a kid, what fancy food would be like Pizza Hut. Wait, is Pizza Hut a global thing?
yeah, we
Question
have
mark.
Pizza Hut's a global thing. It started out here.
Ah, okay, yeah. So that was like, that used to be like, holy crap, we're having like Pizza Hut. That's crazy. And all that jazz.
Listen, Mikey, I'm a big dude, all right? Like, I am a big dude. Like, no questions asked. The idea of trying to consume the McCrelly, just the thought of trying to consume the McCrelly makes me a little bit sick.
What the heck is a McCrelly?
That is so much food to eat in that period of time. There's a thing called the McCrelly Challenge.
Ah, okay.
That's very popular amongst VTubers right now because a VTuber, Crelly, made it kind of popular. So can you, NFS, do me a favor, man, will you pull up the list of what goes into a McCrelly, please?
There's a McCrelly.com. Wait, I think I got it. I will screenshot.
Did you? Okay.
Holy crap. Okay, wait. Save.
It's insane. It's absolutely a mind-boggling amount of food to eat in one sitting.
This one? To be finished in 18 to 20 minutes. One double quarter pounder with cheese, plus large meal, 2 chocolate chip cookies, 1 large chocolate shake, 1 mini Oreo McFlurry, what's additional large Diet Coke, and a 20-piece McNugget.
Yeah.
Brother, what? In 20 minutes?
It's like 2.5 to 3 days of calories in one sitting. It's absolutely absurd.
How many calories are there?
If I was going to try and do the McCrelly, I would have to like fast for a day or two. Like genuinely, I would have to just not eat for a day or two, and then maybe I could do a McCrelly. I would still probably be sick afterwards.
One whole month
Because
of
it's not
Mishy's
just a lot of food, but it's a lot of greasy food, a lot of really sugary food. And like I like sweets obviously, but like there's a limit, you know. And yeah, that is absolutely a mind-boggling amount of food to consume in one setting.
I don't even know what a double quarter pounder is. Do you even have that?
So it's I don't know if like a 20 piece and if I get a 20 piece and a large chocolate shake, I'm not going to eat again probably until way later in the day or like the next day. Like that's just going to sit there in my belly and gurgle for a while. So like that's just one part of the McCrelly. Like
21 part? Oh yeah, true.
and then the fact that it's the nuggets without sauce is actually diabolical. Like I can't even contemplate.
No, wait, that's like
trying
a rule?
to cram.
That's an actual rule. You can't
No,
use a sauce. That's crazy.
No sauce. Yeah, you just gotta raw dog the fucking nuggets, and I'm just like, oh god, what manner of self hatred is this? Yeah, I can't even process the amount of self-hatred that you have to be experiencing to eat a 20-piece chicken nugget
Look closer
without
at the
fucking
order.
sauce. Yeah, you have to look at there's a lot of stuff like I think the double quarter pounder you can't have like ketchup or anything on it. It's just like the
No
patties, the
ketchup,
meat,
no
and like
mustard,
it's just
no
the
pickles, no onions.
yeah.
Brother.
Yes, it's just like
Why
the
no
meat, the
sauce?
cheese, and the bun. So you've got to try to raw dog the burger,
All the
which
moisture
is
is just from the chocolate
the
shake
drinks.
and the Diet Coke. That's crazy.
Yes, that's it. The drinks are the only moisture involved in this meal, and I'm just like,
Oh,
isn't there
brother.
like 2 Diet Cokes? I thought it was 2 Diet Cokes.
Just dip your burger. Yeah, dip the burger into the
Yeah,
chocolate shake. That's why I assume no
yeah.
pickles,
No,
no onions, because they
I
need
would
to
save
blend
the
better.
I would so what I would like strategy, right? I would have to like
Strategy.
I would use the Coke to get the burger down, and then I would dunk the nuggets in the shake to get the nuggets down.
But honestly,
Like,
if I'm gonna consume this much calories, I want to at least enjoy it. Holy fuck!
right? That's the other thing is like, I don't understand. Like this is so much food, and it's so much food in such a brutal way. Like what? Like I want to sit down with Crowley and ask her if she's okay. Like
I genuinely want to know how many calories this is.
I
Genuinely.
just want to ask her if she's okay. Like who hurt her and how? Because like what the fuck do you mean you eat this in like a 20-minute setting?
I just want to wait. I just want to know how many calories this is. The double quarter.
Yeah, you don't enjoy the McCrelly. You struggle through it.
Brother, okay, wait. How many calories?
It's more than
is in a
3,000.
Diet
It's
Coke?
more than
3,000?
it's more than 3,000. Hold on. If you just hold on. How
Okay, we're gonna science this ish. Large Diet Coke McDonald's calories. Contains 0.
Okay,
Diet
so
Coke
according
really has 0.
so according to Google, there is approximately 4,100 calories in a McCrelly. So like that's like more than an MRE. Just to put it in perspective, an MRE is like 3,500 calories.
Brother.
Right? So the MRE is 35. The McCrelly is more calories than one MRE is insane.
Shit.
Absolutely ludicrous. I can't even imagine. Like I say, I would just die. Like I would actually perish trying to put away a McCrelly, I think.
I still can't imagine in 20 minutes.
Plus, that's the other thing too. Yeah, that's the other part of it is you've got to put that thing away in 20 minutes.
Brother.
So
what?
more than a day's worth of calories in 20 minutes. I couldn't do it. There's no fucking way. I just could not do it.
Brother, I'm
Yeah. No, I'm right there with you. I my hat's off to Crowley that she can do this thing. I guess that makes her stronger than me.
Is it a struggle?
For Crowley, apparently not. Apparently
What
the for Crowley it is not a struggle. For other
That's
people
crazy.
that I've seen do it, that it is a struggle. There's a couple of YouTubers that I know peripherally that have done the Crowley challenge, and they have both either failed or suffered dramatically. Heavenly Father tried to do it and didn't make it all the way through, and the part that he did make it through on, he hurt for. So, and Heavenly's not a small guy either. Like, that's the thing. That's like the wild part about it. Like, Heavenly is not a small dude. So, and the McCrelly fucked him up. So,
The amount of
I
sugar
can't
in
even
this,
imagine.
brother.
Yes, the amount of sugar, because it's not just so obviously the Coke the milkshake and then the cookies, right, are definitively sugar. But then all that bread, right? So there's even more sugar because all that bread. Because even without the sauce, I mean, the nuggets are packed full of sugar because they're breaded. So
I just don't understand the time limit, and then with like the drinks as well. You know what I mean? That's like two large Diet Cokes, and then you have the chocolate shake, which I have no idea you're gonna down that in the time limit.
No, this like I looked at this and I'm like, if I had a day to eat it, I could eat a McCrelly. Like if I had a day, I could eat a McCrelly. Like okay, like dead ass, I could do that. But I would need that's an entire day's worth of sustenance, and I'm still gonna feel heavy as hell. That the double quarter pounder, that is half a pound of meat. All right, let me translate this to
double quarter pounder, because we only have Big Mac here, I think.
So that is 0.22 kilograms of meat.
Excuse me? Okay, wait, what?
Yeah, that is, and that's just the meat. That's not counting in the bread or anything. So the double quarter pounder, there. Okay, thank you. So 220 grams of meat on that burger.
Oh no, the time limit. The time limit is crazy. And no sauce. Yeah, I still can't get over it. Absolutely no sauce.
And no sauce. And no sauce. Yeah, that's the other part is no sauce at all.
Wow.
On anything. So it's all just you are literally having to raw dog the entire meal. I mean, yeah, you've got the shake and the Coke or whatever, but I don't know if one large Coke would be enough soda to choke down a dry a double quarter pounder. I don't know.
Man. That might be Michi's food for like 2 months or something.
That food
calorie wise,
that food would dead ass expire before Michi could finish it. let's be completely real here. That food would be standing up and walking around on its own again before Michi would be able to consume it. Like there's yeah, that's yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Almost as anonymous backshots. That is crazy. What the fuck? It's great name? Question mark.
Also, American large shake is humongous. What?
Yes.
Right. Size difference.
Yeah. Yeah. Like the an American large drink is probably kind of mind-boggling by Indonesian standards.
Are portion sizes that different here and there, I wonder?
Yes. Yeah, a large shake is I think is 32 ounces.
32 ounces, 2 ml. That's a liter, brother.
Yeah.
That's practically a liter of chocolate shake. I would die.
Yeah.
So how do you even finish that? That's crazy. This is like that's 950 milliliter. That's crazy.
If I was going to change one item on the list to make it possibly viable, it would be to swap out the double quarter pounder for like fries or something like that, or the 20 piece, either one. Like trading either one of those out for like a large order of fries, because I take it back, because there's fries in there too. I forgot, yeah, because the double quarter pounder is the meal. So the meal, oh, that's right. I take it back, because it's a large meal. There are two Cokes in there.
Yes,
because you get the first large Coke with the meal with the large fry, and then you get the second large Coke. I thought there was 2 large Cokes in there somewhere. I forgot. Yeah, so you've also got a large fry that you've got to dunk 2
it in
Cokes,
the shake.
oh, with extra ice. So you're going to get less liquid because you're getting extra ice. Nah, there's no way. There's absolutely no way. No. Negative.
Did someone else actually do this? Genuinely?
There have been a few people I think that have done it. Yeah, there's been a few people who have pulled it off.
That's crazy.
Again, I could do it. I would just have to, like I said, like I just have to not eat for like a day or two, and then I could do it. It would not be fun, but I could do it.
If I like fast, like if I don't eat for a long period of time, then
Except
the
it's
first meal
Diet
I
Coke,
eat, like
and
I don't think I can
can't
eat
do
much.
diet.
Can't do diet. I've never had diet.
The
Coke.
artificial sweeteners they put in diet drinks upset my stomach.
Ah, right, because they don't use sugar, so 0 calories and all that jazz.
Yeah.
Oh, bloop, bloop, bloop. Some people are just built different. Some people are just built different. Why is Unholy pinned? I don't even remember the song anymore.
You ask this question every stream, and I feel like the answer never changes. Why wouldn't we pin Unholy?
I don't even remember the song anymore. I don't even know what Unholy is anymore.
That's okay. That's okay. Chat remembers, don't you, chat?
No, they don't. No, they do not. Okay, wait. Let me clean my glasses so everything stops being blurry.
One of these days you'll get new glasses. I'm confident. Right, chat?
I know.
One of these days she's gonna have to get new glasses, right?
After I fix the dishwasher.
I can't believe you bought a Shopee
It's
dishwasher.
not that bad. It was from like an official store, I think.
She thinks, chat. She thinks. Does she
I
think
can't
so?
remember. I think it wasn't.
She...
But the technician that came was from the official brand.
And
I
how's
got
that
a
working out for
vacuum.
you? Yeah,
It's
that you're gonna
probably
run that.
fine.
You're gonna run that vacuum one time. It is going to explode and burn your house
It's
down.
not that bad. And what is the brand? It was like Bosch, I think.
I mean, Bosch is a
See?
brand. It is actually a really good brand, which tells me that is counterfeit.
It's fine.
What you got there is counterfeit.
No, it's
Because
fine. I swear it's fine.
Bosch is actually a fairly significant American brand. So you're telling me you got a Bosch dishwasher and vacuum cleaner for the price of one. I'm telling you that what you got definitely came off the black market. That is 1000% fake.
It was expensive. Wait, I'm gonna check it in dollars. How
Bosch,
many zeros
I think
are
Bosch
in a million?
does though.
It's gonna be fine.
Bosch...
Okay, it's gonna be fine. I got it all for
Bosch
around
Bosch
$500.
Okay, so I'm looking online, and the cheapest Bosch dishwasher I'm seeing is like almost $700. So if you got a Bosch dishwasher and vacuum cleaner for $500, I promise you that was made in China.
I think it was fine. The official Bosch technician came. So like
so some asshole in a Bosch uniform, a uniform that said Bosch on it, showed up. Probably from the same company that counterfeited that fucking shit. They counterfeited his uniform.
You have so little trust in me.
No,
it's
I have
not
so
a
little
Bosch
trust.
Dishwasher.
I have so little. I have so. You're right. It is Germany. You're right. I just know we have it here. It's like a major brand in the United States. I wasn't sure where it came from. I just know it's extremely expensive.
It's fine.
It's not you that I have little
discount.
faith in. It's Shopee. It's Shopee that I have absolutely no faith in. It's kind of like Temu, no faith. Whenever I see the name brand items for sale at like 90% off on Temu, I know exactly where those name brand items are coming from. A little sweatshop in the fucking back alley of fucking, Hong Kong or whatever. Not even Hong Kong.
I think it was cheap because of the voucher.
I think it was cheap because it's not an actual fucking Bosch hard. They've found some old Bosch hardware, Bosch stuff, and stripped the badges off of
they
it.
had. I went to the store and
if
they
it
said
was genuinely a Bosch, it would not have crapped out after less than a week.
It's fun. It's like there's an error code. Maybe
that means
the
it's
problem
broken.
is the what?
No, that's how. No.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry.
That's not how that
have
works.
trust. Have faith. Have faith.
No.
The technician will come and
God,
it'll be fine.
You mean have cope?
Chat?
Have cope. All the cope.
It's
The
okay.
copium
Sometimes we
is
just need
so
a little
exquisite.
cope.
A little. So much.
Sometimes we just need a little cope, and that's
Somebody
okay.
needs to take away your fucking credit cards till you learn to not buy major appliances on Shopee. I don't even live it. I don't even live in Indonesia, and I know better than to buy shit off of Shopee. Hello.
What? But like, I think I bought my fridge off Shopee.
That tracks.
What? Because it's always cheaper on Shopee.
There's a reason for that. Kind of like how everything's cheaper on Temu.
It's the discount. It'll be fine. There are very few things in life that I didn't buy off Shopee. I bought my PC off Shopee. Pharaoh?
That explains a lot.
No, I mean the parts.
That explains a lot. That explains so much.
The parts, brother. Where do you get them if you don't get them online? See?
Such is life, chat. Such is life.
What? We don't have Amazon. You know, just think about that. The fucking stores.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just
That's
gonna
true.
tell you that the offline stores all just have online stores. And the difference is I have to physically go there versus I don't.
See, Amazon's not great anymore. Like genuinely, because most of Amazon is like cheap Chinese knockoffs now. Like to the point where people have like it's like to the point where people have like developed a plugin to help you get out to like filter out all of the Chinese knockoffs when you go looking for stuff on Amazon because of how bad it's gotten. Like probably 80% of Amazon is just absolutely dog shit Chinese knockoffs now.
I mean,
Which
we
is
don't have
unfortunate.
anything better than Shopee, probably. Question mark.
That's fair.
That's all we have.
Unfortunate.
Chat.
Unfortunate, but
That's
fair.
all we have. Trust. I have Bosch and not Botch. Trust. 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 I'll fix it.
Botch.
I'll fix it and everything
Wow.
will be absolutely okay. It
Lamau.
will
She
be
tried to buy Bosch,
fine.
got Botch instead. Hiya.
It'll be fine. It'll work. It worked for a while. It will work again. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Okay. Ow.
Kanna's got that extra large tank of copium hooked up right now.
That's all I'm living off of, honestly. How do I live without it, chat?
She is huffing the copium. Big.
Got
big
the copium
gulps.
off Shopee as well. You know, like fine. It's
Oh,
fine.
no.
It's cheap. It's fine.
Shopee copium.
Okay. Trust. Let me see. I have a question. Is Palworld heavy to run? Am I gonna have to be a PNG tuber?
You will probably need to PNG. Xiao has to PNG, so I'm assuming you're gonna have to PNG.
Oh.
And you're probably gonna need to turn the graphics down to like try medium and see how it is. But you might have to go to low. It's one of my complaints about Palworld is that it is not best optimized.
Okay.
Yeah. Like you know how beefy my computer is, and I had to fiddle with some stuff to get it to run on max settings. It runs on max settings now, but I had to adjust some things to get it to work right.
I think it will be fine. Probably, maybe.
They definitely need to do. They definitely need to do some optimization. Did you sort out how to get onto the server?
I clicked and it said I have to make my character first.
Well, yeah. You gotta, yeah. Once you, well, that means you connected to the
Gotta do
server.
it,
If you got to the character creation, then you got on the server. So that's all. That's fine.
Especially since Kanna's model is customizable. Oh, don't worry. This one isn't customizable, chat. This is just my model. Wait, what do you mean by customizable? You mean, is it the toggles? I don't know. Okay, let's try.
What's wild to me is that you got that model.
Yeah.
Like, what, 2019?
Yeah,
and it's
old.
Still good.
Is it?
Like that, it's so stupid. Like you've had that model for so long, and it still holds up against like other models. Yeah, it's crazy.
Investments.
Kanna's computer is just very out of date. It just needs to be.
Don't worry about
replaced.
It's gonna be fine. Don't worry about it.
So okay. Don't worry, guys. She'll just get all the parts off Shopee again. It'll be
Where else would I get it?
Totally fine.
Where else? Do I have to go down to the black market? Or basically that's just any market in Indonesia.
Indonesia,
baby. Corner. No, wait, wrong corner. Where's the other corner? I don't know where the other corner went. The other corner. There we go.
There you go.
Pharaoh, would you trust me with your life?
It would depend on the circumstances.
What do you mean?
But to be fair, there's only one person that I know who I would unquestioningly trust with my life, and that's because she's basically me, like female version, and that's my roommate. I would trust you with my life before I would trust Michi with it, if that's better.
Oh, that makes me feel better. That actually does make me feel better somehow.
And not because I don't think Michi cares about me and my well-being, but because, well, Michi, she might not even recognize the threat incoming to my life.
Yeah, that checks out. That genuinely checks out.
I tend to be the one that tells her, "Hey, that's danger. You should think about that."
Okay, let's see if it works. Beep beep boop boop.
I'll be real with you, Kanna. I would just go ahead and put the model away and pull out your PNG. No, like real talk. Like I said, Xiao had to do that, and his computer is arguably better than yours. So I would just before you even try to do this, because you're likely going to crash your whole ass computer. So I would genuinely put the model away and pull out the PNG now.
Remember me, chat. Remember me as 2D before I become 2DD.
Yeah.
Wait, I'll be the thing. I'll be the thingamaboob. Wait, this is huge. Oh, I accidentally transitioned. I'm gonna fix that. Don't worry about it. I'm just gonna be this thing right here, chat.
There you go.
There.
That should be better.
Ta-da! Are you proud of me?
Yes, good job. Way to follow instructions.
I'm nothing if not a good what was it? Instruction. I forgot about the word. I forgot the word existed.
You are good at following instructions, yes.
See. Perfect. Amazing. Wonderful. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah.
Let me go back to my base. You're gonna get to cheat a little bit.
Join. Connect. I'm gonna be a smart one and try not to expose everything as always. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just don't. I mean, I'm not too worried about it. Just don't show the IP is all. I mean, even if you showed it, if anybody, I don't think anybody in your community would just arbitrarily hop on my Palworld server. I would hope everybody would understand how that would play out.
We will human traffic you, apparently.
Yeah, I'll immediately turn on PvP.
You can. There's PvP.
There is, but I have to turn it on. It's disabled right now. All of that's disabled. But if like somebody were to like randomly just be like, I'm gonna get on Pharaoh's server because I saw the IP. Okay, cool. Goes to control panel, enables PvP, finds you, feeds you to my fucking dragon.
You have a dragon? Oh yeah, my GPU's at 95%. Let me just turn off YouTube Studio for like 2 seconds.
Yeah, you might want to turn off YouTube Studio.
And I haven't even started. I'm in character creation. That's stuff.
I've heard from other people. Again, Xiao had noticed that apparently VTube Studio and Palworld do not play nicely together.
Wow.
In general. So I would just go ahead and shut off VTube Studio. You shouldn't need it for your Fugi to work. I wouldn't think.
Okay.
And if you are using it to keep your Fugi working, there are other ways that we can make your Fugi work. So
what the heck is that sound? Oh, that was me. Thank you for the gifted subs, Chris. Beep 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 beep. I forgot sound alerts exist. Man, I'm just in my trash can. Wow, I turned it off and my GPU is still at like 96%. Oh well.
Yeah, you're gonna need to, once you get into the game, you can turn the graphics down and that should help. You might need to restart your game to reset turn down some of the graphics settings.
I think I set it to medium. I think.
We'll see.
Gracias por la subscription. What's the last word?
Doom? Doom, what's going on there, buddy? What do you have your Twitch set to the wrong language settings?
That's a menu tab. Okay. It means background music gone. Beep beep beep. Angie. Confirm. Oh, okay. Do you know it usually takes me 3 hours to make a character because I'm dumb or invested?
I don't think Palworld has enough options for that to be an issue. They just dropped 1.0, so there's a lot of things that will probably be added in later that they haven't added in yet. Plus, they did spend the last couple of years fighting with Nintendo.
Right, I can't believe.
Yeah, fuck you, Nintendo. Haha, you lost bitches. That's what you get for trying to copyright a fucking mechanic. Anyway, sorry. I probably shouldn't say that on your stream.
They do their best.
The whole concept of trying to fucking copyright a game mechanic is just so dumb to me. Oh, wait,
my brain doesn't care enough for this. Okay. I don't know. I just want to give them back. How to reset to default? 50, isn't it? 50.
Dude. Oh, Michi's live.
Yes.
Stream 2.
Oh! I don't know. I'm entertained by this. Chat, I don't know why I really like this face. I don't know why I really like that face. Okay. To make Pharaoh. Do we make fresh looking Pharaoh? No, we're gonna meet Pharaoh in game, right?
Yeah, I'm at my base right now. I'm gonna build you some things.
Oh.
To make your life a little bit easier. And by build you some things, I mean, I'm just going to bring you a kit, and you're just going to basically be low tier god for a little while, Lamau.
Ooh.
You're not. No daughter of mine's going to have to fucking struggle like I did.
Yippee! I'm getting carried.
Yeah, basically.
Where do you pick the color again? Oh, here. Emu. Emu. Ooh. What hair am I feeling today? Can you change it again later?
Yes, there's a thing you can unlock in the game later on that you can use to change your appearance. So if you decide to change it later, but now you have to earn the points to do it. Like I'll show you how it works, but yes, you are able to change your appearance later on, so don't sweat it too much.
Okay. Okay. Good enough, right, chat? Yes, no. Yes, no. Face. Eye color. Beep. Yay.
I have to put my eggs in the incubators real quick. Yes. Incubating eggs is a whole thing in this game. Eggies.
Eggies.
Yep. No daughter of Pharaoh will have to play Escape from Palkov exactly. Do I make her a laser rifle, chat?
Ooh.
What do you think? Does she need a does she need a laser rifle right off the rip, or do we make her like earn that shit later?
Pew pew.
Actually, the laser rifle would actually probably make your life a little bit difficult starting out, because it's just gonna one tap everything.
Which one sounds more like me? Which one sounds more mature?
Shouldn't you be looking for the one that sounds least mature? Hello?
No, that's surely. Which one sounds the most mature, chat? 2 or 1?
Which one sounds most likely to cause us problems, chat? Yeah, I've got a whole bunch of stuff that I can make for her.
About 1, okay.
I've got
oh, that's
mercy
it.
goggles. You'd be smart.
I think I'm done. There's not a lot of things, aren't there?
No, somebody's attacking my base, Lamau.
Like a player? Or like
no,
NPC?
there are NPC raids that happen periodically.
Huh.
It's not a big deal. I can make hamburgers in game, chat.
I don't know how proportions work.
Her character is good.
I look buff. Start.
You do look buff. She looks pretty ripped, chat. What do you think?
Oh my god, that's so cute! Oh my god.
Oh, here's the negotiator guy. Hey, how's it going? Get back. Get fucked.
Cute. Oh, the towers are the key. The tree holds the truth. What tree?
You'll see.
Oh.
The twee, the twee,
Oh.
the
Oh.
twee. The twee knows everything.
The twee of life. Probably. Do I click? Oh. Isle of Silence. Ooh. Do I just click whatever, wherever? What's this?
Start there. Yeah.
The
Where you're
windswept islands?
no, start where your little player icon is on the map right now.
This one.
Yeah, that one. Hello beginnings. Yeah, just start there.
Oh.
The other starting points are for people who know this game better.
Continuous attacks will be regarded as a crime. There's a wanted list. Oh.
Yeah, if you attack NPCs, what passes for police in this place, take it personally.
Jump. Whee! I'm a kid! Oh. Whoa! Okay. You'll find that I am very easily amused, chat.
Just wait till I give her a glider, chat.
Oh! Ooh, do I talk to people? Oh my god, that's so cute! Can I pet it? They're gonna poke me? How do I pet it, chat? I'm not distracted. I am doing this for scientific research. You can catch it and then pet it. I have to catch it first. How do I catch it? Oh. Do I get a wood?
You can't yet. You don't have balls yet.
I don't have balls. Dang.
No.
Always...
You need pal balls in order to catch the pals.
You shipwrecked. It's been a while since I've seen anyone who wasn't reeking of pals. Whoa, okay. This island is hell on earth, but they're so cute. Oh, they're ferocious, right?
I'm gonna give her palmetto armor off the rip, chat.
You hand her your device and she quickly gets to work. I get a survival guide. Oh. Once you've got those sorted, there's a small settlement just a short ways ahead. Huh. Whoa. Press how to stay alive. That seems important. Thank you for the gifted sub. For the Sen still hate me. He hasn't berated me yet today. How to stay alive. Open the options menu and then check the survival guide.
I don't think you've really done anything to get Sen. You haven't done anything to make Sen type at you in Indonesian.
I know. Aren't you proud of me? I think that's growth. That's character growth.
It's terrifying is what it is. It means that when you do finally do something, it's going to be that much worse.
Technology. Huh.
Yeah. So you have those technology points, and you spend them to unlock things that you can make them. So like right now, you need to make a. You need to learn PAL balls.
The PAL sphere.
Yeah, PAL spheres.
What's the other one again? Warmth and light. Facility for captured pals. Oh, I need this? Question mark?
Yes. Yeah, you need the PAL. Yeah, you need that. The PAL box and the PAL spheres are like the two most important things you need, like right off the rip, because the PAL box is how you build a base.
Okay. Do I need to unlock anything else, or do I just YOLO?
You can unlock everything else on that line. Well, not that. Let me see here. You don't need the last one. Everything else, though. Yeah. That,
but it looks so cute.
Yeah, it doesn't do you. It doesn't do you any. It doesn't do you any good. It doesn't do you any good yet. It's a waste of a tech point that you could use for something else. Technology, brother.
Palpedia. Oh my god, it's a cute one! It's a lamb ball because it's a ball and it's a lamb.
Yes.
Oh my god, that's so cute. I have stat points. What do I need? Huh. I don't know yet.
Wait, how is this thing still alive?
Beep beep.
Die. Die.
Oh my god,
Perish
wood.
and die.
Oh my god, you. Wait, how do I make a ball?
You've got a.
I have to make a workbench?
You've got a. You have to make a base first.
Huh.
You have to put down the PAL box. The PAL box is how you like. So like, find a spot. Find a spot that is good for you for right now, because your first base is very much a temporary type of thing. You're not going to be there forever.
Oh my god, chickens.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god, cats.
What's up? What you got, Sin? I'm
gonna
slightly terrified.
blow your mind. Oh my god, stone.
I'm vaguely concerned.
Oh my god, more stone. Oh my god, whatever that is. Oh my god, fairies.
She's so easily amused, chat.
Oh my god, look. And there's that too. This one too.
Listen, I got my level 4 Catrus,
Oh my god, stone.
but now I can't find any Mogs to kill. Lamau.
What would be? Is there a mini map? Oh, there's a bridge. Is there fall damage?
There is fall damage.
I ask as I leap off a cliff.
As you yeet yourself off the world, right? Yeah, that tracks.
What's that?
That tracks.
Why can't I take it? Oh man. To mine it, don't I? That looks like a mining thing.
Yeah, hold on. Just don't build anything for mining or anything yet. I'm gonna bring you some goodies. I'm building them right now. I should have done this earlier in the day, but I didn't know you were.
What's this?
That is ore.
Holy crap! Oh my god, I'm gonna die!
Yeah.
Oh, I'm alive. Never mind, false alarm. I'm alive.
Okay, so when you use those swirly things, they negate fall damage.
Chat, I think I found a place. What is that giant thing? Chat.
Okay, so that is my friend Illy's base.
Oh.
Because she's still
You're way
there
down
right now.
because you're carrying too many items.
Yes. Yes.
I'm so slow.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to pick up more things.
Yeah, well. Oh, I need more ancient bark. Where did?
Instructions are in top right. Huh.
Yes. Where did we get ancient bark again? Sin, I'm trying to remember and I'm failing.
Controls. Throw sphere. Summon pal. Throw sphere. Build menu. Blub blub. Blue 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 blue.
It's really easy to get over encumbered straight out of the box, honestly. No, you can get ancient bark someplace else because neither one of us has made it to the world tree yet. I'm just trying to remember where I'm just trying to remember where it is.
Campfire. Oh. Chat. I don't know how to throw out things, so I'm gonna crawl and find a place to make a base.
If you go to your inventory, hit tab.
Oh!
And you can see at the bottom, you can drag stuff to where it says discard, or you can throw it on the ground. Either way.
Why do I have 492 rocks?
because you've been picking up a bunch of rock.
I
Apparently,
don't think
that
I
or
picked up
you might have
492
you
rocks.
might have wandered into some place where there was rock on the ground. That happens because yeah, that's probably what it was.
492 rocks. Right.
Listen,
I wonder
here's
what's
the
weighing me
question.
down.
Do I make her wear the purple armor of shame?
What the heck is the purple armor of shame?
Actually, no, I take it back. I already made you armor. I didn't make you like the best armor that I can wear, but I made you good armor. Sen, I already made her the blue palmetal armor and visor.
I'm gonna absolutely.
I don't want to give her all of the shit that I like, the top stuff I can make right now, because then the game will be no challenge.
We just drop it.
Do I give her the talisman so she never has to know the pain of hot and cold?
Hot and cold?
So certain environments in this area, in this game, have like extreme temperature problems, but Sin and I found a thing that lets us craft a talisman that completely negates temperature as an issue.
Huh.
I'm trying to decide if I make you. Yeah, I'm not gonna give her that right away. She's gonna have to learn about the cold.
Beep.
I do need ancient bark though, so I can make her the belt, so that she doesn't have to worry as much about carry weight, because carry weight is so just dog shit.
I got a pal ball. Somehow. What's this? Stone.
You can find them on the ground.
What's that? They randomly spawned? Ooh. Ooh. I find that I'm very easily distracted by shiny things.
Yes.
Oh my god, is that an egg?
Not even
Oh my
remotely
God, wood.
surprising.
Oh my god, egg.
Which dome did you say it was, Sin? I'm
Oh
sorry.
my god, wood.
Oh, that one. Okay, I see which one it is. The one that I haven't been to yet, Lamau.
She needs to know the
Well, the others.
struggles.
Yes.
Golden retriever. And oh, what's that? Stone. Sorry.
After you've succumbed to the elements once or twice, I'll give you the pendant that makes temperature no longer an issue.
Pick up fallen branches. Open the build menu. And place it in the location of your choice. Okay, so so location is, oh my god, egg. Oh my god, chickens. More berries.
This is gonna be Kanna's entire experience in this game chat. Is just ooh shiny, ooh shiny, ooh shiny. See, that's why I'm giving her some things up front, because I know it's gonna take her forever to get anything on her own.
What do you mean?
Oh, this stone is so low level.
Oh my god, thing. Oh my god, more things. Oh my god, what's that? That's so cute. What are you? What? Did you run? No, come back. Come back. How do I catch you? Please.
Okay, what trees in here give
Chat, how do I throw things again?
Question.
How do I throw things? Can I catch it? Punch it? Why? But it's so cute.
Yeah, you kind of
Goodbye,
have to beat the pals down in order to catch them.
puppy. That sounds kind of brutal.
Okay, thank you, Sen. Yes, I know tree trunks. Which
More shiny
trees
things.
is my question.
Oh my god, more shiny things.
Look at that level 30 Grizzbolt. I haven't killed it yet. Here, you know what? We're just gonna
Find a spot. What is that? What's a mammal rest? Is that dangerous?
I mean, just don't attack it, you'll
Gumas.
be fine.
Oh, that's huge.
Yeah, just don't poke the Mamorest and you'll be okay.
Oh, when a boss health bar thing appears, I'm just gonna not go there.
Yeah, but like I say, just don't mess with it and it'll leave you alone.
Poke the mammoth.
Yes, poke. Poke the
It's
mammoth.
getting dark and I'm lost. Where am I? How did I get here? I wanted to go like
Okay, well, it's not those trees. Ah,
okay, that way.
I
Is it that
figured it
way?
out. Hmm?
Is this that way? Do I have a light?
No, and unfortunately, that is one of the things I cannot give you.
Um,
There we go. That's it.
oh my god, sleeping cats! I don't have enough stamina. They're all sleeping. Where do I sleep?
You don't.
Chat, I'm
Sleep
lost.
is unnecessary for humans in this world. Apparently, my character hasn't slept for over 3 weeks, and he's
Insufficient
fine.
cold resistance? What do you mean
Ah, yes.
insufficient cold resistance?
It's you're basically running around in your underpants. I don't know why that's a difficult concept.
I live in Indonesia, even if I do.
Yeah, well,
mix.
this place is not Indonesia.
Why am I on top of a tree? How do I get down? Am I gonna die up here?
Maybe.
Oh, brother. How did I get on top of the tree? Holy crap. That's someone else's base. Aw, man.
Yeah, but if they have a fire, you should be able to stand by it and be okay.
Oh, excuse me, kind person who don't know I'm here. Is there
Ellie's not
fire?
online right now. Is Sin?
Fire.
Yeah, Sin's on. Okay.
Oh, I didn't die.
I've already built her armor and a shield and tools.
Oh my god,
I'm just debating on what weapon to give her.
I'm cold again. Oh my god, what's that?
You have to stay by the fire. Don't walk away from the fire.
Hiya. Until morning?
Oh, have you?
Do I have to?
Oh, okay.
I accidentally punched someone else's thing. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Wait, does it break if I punch it? Oh no.
Don't punch the...
I'm sorry.
Why do I have a frag grenade? Where did that come from?
This
I want a
means
frag
war.
grenade.
Ugh, I'm basically just running around naked, you're right.
Yeah, I mean, you're doing the whole Jane of the Jungle thing in a loincloth, so yeah. Just stay by the fire for right now until I can bring you some things. I'm almost done getting you sorted out.
But I haven't even did the first step of tutorial yet.
Yes, that's okay. I'm not going to give you too much, just enough so you don't
What if
die.
we go here? What if we go there? How about there? Maybe there? Maybe if I go straight.
Borgar.
Run! Do you think if I run fast enough, I'll warm up my body with the
No.
heat of my running?
No, it's not how that
Doesn't
works.
work that way.
It does not work that way.
Questions? Wait.
That's not how that works.
Okay, what
You
happens
can
if I'm
try.
cold? Do I die?
I mean, you start taking damage, yeah, but you have to be in like extreme cold before the damage you take is like a super big problem. So yes, and I built the what do you call it?
What if I just build a random place?
The table for upgrading the the schematics or whatever. It takes 5 of the same schematic to upgrade. Just FYI.
What was I supposed to build again? Primitive workbench.
You have to build
In
a
the
base
dark.
first.
I have to build a base before the workbench?
Yes.
What
You have to put
happens if
down
I
a
build it
PAL box.
without a thing?
I mean, you can. It doesn't really matter because I have degradation shut off, so they're not gonna your stuff's not gonna fall apart or whatever. But generally speaking, yeah. Okay, Kanna, that's a good question. Which would you prefer, a melee weapon or a ranged weapon?
Range.
Okay.
I think. I guess we'll find out. Warm. Fire. Is this how cavemen felt when they first discovered fire? I can
Probably.
finally not like shiver to death.
Don't run over the fire though, because if you run over the fire, it will set you on fire. So
I love how my first thought was like I should try that to know what not to do.
oh, you know what? Do it. That would be funny as hell content. Just absolutely, I take it back. Run over the fire. It'll be fine. There's water nearby.
There's water nearby. You really have to put
There's water
yourself out.
Yes, I
Do
mean
you
it'll
really
go
just
out
catch on
eventually.
fire?
Yes, it will eventually go out on its own, but it's
That
going to
doesn't
take a
seem
minute.
very
And in the meantime,
realistic.
you'll be having a very bad time.
Okay, but it doesn't work with a torch, right? I can't get on fire if I'm on top of a torch.
No, the torch won't set you
What's
on
the
fire.
logic behind that? Okay.
Girl, there's the logic in this game is
Ooh, darn.
fluid. Okay,
I'm so cold.
it's very
Okay.
fluid.
I wanna pick a spot. Oh, blub blub blub. Wanna pick a spot. How about that spot?
What kind of ranged
This
weapon am I
spot?
going to get?
Maybe that spot?
We've kind of
Here.
been systematically getting rid of all the low-level ranged weapons because we don't really use them. Just make her a regular bow and some arrows. Want a bow?
Oh. Can I mark this as a place that has fire? Sure. I'll just put a star, just so I remember. For now. Okay. I think it should be fine. No more cold. Okay. Shiny thing. Leather. Wee-hee. Wood. Okay, I swear this time. Can you just show the mini map on screen? Question mark.
Oh. Oh, oops. That's...
Chat, is that a possibility? Shiny thing. Shiny thing.
Okay. Okay, that's enough to start off with.
I think I'll just do it up there. Beep beep boop boop. Does it matter if I set up a temporary base near where there's a lot of pals?
It won't let you set up a base too close to anybody else's bases. So if it's like, hey, you can't build here, just keep moving until you find some place to set up.
Can I cut down trees?
You can, in fact, cut down trees.
How about here, chat? Do we feel cozy here? You can see a waterfall. Berries! More berries. I don't know if the mini-map is possible. There's literally no mini-map? That's so dumb.
No, there's just the big map. If you press M, it'll pull up where you are.
Oh.
But yeah, no, there's no, like, mini-map. There's only the big one.
Oh. There's a hunger meter. I'm hungry.
You should eat berries.
Yeah, I knew picking up every random crap I come across is good.
Yeah, berries will be what you sustain yourself with for a long time.
Trying to decide on a cozy spot, chat. Somewhere not too far, probably. Question mark?
Thank you.
What is up there?
So then I absolutely risked my life on that floating island again, but I got the pal that I wanted.
Ooh.
I do a lot of stupid things in the name of acquiring pals that I want.
What's the moving bush? Oh my god, what's that? That's so cute! Whoa. What? Can I open shiny treasure boxes? Chat.
Yes. Yes, you can.
Oh! We did it, chat. We found a shiny thing. That's it. That's all we did. I don't know why I'm being very picky with a place for a temporary base.
That'll keep you. That'll get you going for now. Okay.
Can
Huzzah!
we swim?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
you can in fact swim.
Okay. Wait. Build the pal box thing.
Yeah, there's a bunch of mods that we've been looking at. I just have to figure out how to integrate them on the server.
Huh. How about here? Shaded area. Not too far. Ta-da! We can move later, right? I say as I...
Yeah. Yeah.
Did I just throw a grenade?
Yeah.
Don't ask. I think I just threw a grenade at a tree.
Amazing.
I don't even know how I got a grenade.
Probably in the box. The boxes, the chests will sometimes have grenades in them.
Ta-da! Okay. Oh. Oh. Okay. Do I need to upgrade the base?
Not right. Well, eventually, yes, you will need to start
Build
upgrading the
primitive,
base.
bloop, 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 bloop. Okay. We got this, chat. It only took me one night to pick a spot. It only took me one night to pick a spot.
It's totally fine, chat. It's totally fine.
Don't worry about it.
It's totally fine. Nothing to worry about.
Huh. That looks tilted.
Oh.
How do I move it?
It doesn't matter.
Oh, see.
You hit, yeah, you can just cancel it. Unfortunately, like once you build stuff, moving it is not a thing. You have to break it and rebuild it. It's kind of dumb.
What?
Yeah.
That's mildly annoying.
All right, where did you set up your base? Where are you?
Can you see me?
I'm looking at you on stream. I'm trying to figure out where you are.
I think that was the base earlier
Oh, I
that
see
you were
you.
talking about. Is that you? You flying?
Yeah.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
I'm very severely underdressed.
Here, come here. I'm gonna fix
Yes,
that.
sir.
Here,
Eh?
take this and this and this and this and this and that and this thing here and these.
That's a lot of things. I'm getting heavy again.
That's fine. You won't be heavy for long. Go hit tab.
Mm? And then?
Gear on.
Hmm?
Nope,
Hmm?
tab. There you go. So
Mm?
the armor goes in your body slot.
Am I dumb? Chat.
See where it's,
Shit.
just right click it. Just right click
Oh.
it. And it'll just auto attach. Just right click.
Ah. I'm finally clothed. Oh. Huh.
There you go.
Huh.
That will give you the arrows just stay in your inventory. You don't have to equip them.
Chat, I have clothes.
Yep.
The leg. Yippee.
There you go. That's like mid-level
Thank you, Father.
gear that will keep you alive while you try to do stuff where you try to learn.
Yippee.
I thought about giving you this armor. This is the purple armor of shame. It's the best armor I can make right now, but I hate the way it looks. It sucks. Churches. It's so bad.
It's not that
See?
bad. You
Terrible.
could pass off for like a Power Ranger.
No, it's
You'll be
terrible.
fine.
It's I'm like some horrible bastardization between a common rider and a Power Ranger. I hate it. It's terrible. See, this is the laser rifle. So this is why I'm
level
not giving you the laser rifle.
69. You're crazy.
So this is why we don't give you the laser rifle, because everything just dies.
The cats! What happens
So
when you shoot them?
they drop stuff.
Are they dead?
You know, I thought about giving you a katana so you could just be a proper weeb like I am.
Proper weeb.
I could have
Really
given
do
her
look
a
like a
grenade.
Kamen
I could have
Rider.
given her a grenade launcher, chat. I just unlocked that.
Okay. I will follow the tutorial.
Yep. Follow the tutorial. It'll teach you what you need to do.
How about under this tree?
Yes, and the grenade launcher is dumb. So fucking dumb. Yeah, they definitely made the armor with female characters in mind. It looks way better on you than it ever did on me. That's so dumb. Stupid Power World.
Oh.
Okay, you should be good to go for now. If you get stuck or whatever, just holler.
I
and
will
I'll come
call
back
my
and help.
father.
You want to see something? You want to see something funny?
Yeah. What the? If my model reacted, you could have seen what I looked like just now. My jaw dropped, just FYI.
Oh, that's so
Whoa.
much wood. You're gonna be so heavy.
It just picks
Build-
them up.
Build so
when
yes,
I
yes,
get-
it just picks it up when you run
brother.
over it. Yes, it does. Build some chests. Build some chests.
I'll catch up with you eventually. Don't worry about it. This is my top speed. Oh, brother.
Just build some chests. You'll need all that wood for stuff anyway. Hit B, and it'll bring up your build thing. You should have plenty of materials to build some basic chests. And my game crashed.
Father, you've abandoned me.
Yeah. Every so often the game just crashes. I don't know why.
Does that happen often?
Not super often.
So,
I think there might be like a really slow memory leak in the game. And like after a certain time, it just fucking dies.
The slowest building on the planet. Okay. Adios fiber. Oh, right click? Right. We're learning, chat. Oh, wood. 280 will do that to you. Okay. Does that mean I can pick all this up again? Oh. I have to do that all over again. Wait for me, chat. I'm gonna get them all. While Pharaoh restarts his game. This is very exciting. Wait. Does that mean I have to build all my pal balls by myself?
Yes. Yes. Though eventually you'll be able to make the pals build things for you.
Ababa! You appeared out of nowhere.
Yes.
How do I take just a move on?
See if you can click on me. It's like look at me and see if it gives you an option to join my guild.
F. Join guild. Tada. Your current base's structures and base pals and other players may disassemble your structures or replace your pals.
Yep. Just hit yes.
Okay.
Hey.
Did it work?
Yep. Now you're in the guild. Don't look at the guild. Don't look at the guild name. Don't look at the guild name. Just
I don't know how to look at the guild name.
good. Don't look at the guild name.
Chat, how
But now
does
you can teleport to my base and Sin's base and stuff like that.
Is it? Okay. Where are you? Can I see it on the map?
If you press M, you should see. Pull up your map real quick. Stream delay is real. Zoom out.
Oh, is it the really big, the blue base thing?
Zoom all the way up. No, that's not. That's Sin's base up to the north of you. Mine is to the southwest.
This one?
Jeez. Hold on.
Oh.
Yeah, that one there. You want to see what your base can eventually look like? Come here.
How?
Got it. It'll let you fast travel to my base because you're in the guild now.
Oh, chat. Chat, we're gonna.
Oh, watching you try to lag into my base is funny.
Holy crap! What the heck? Yeah, now I feel like a caveman. What the heck?
And I'm only at like mid-level for base. Like there's some stuff I have to do to actually be able to build a proper base. This is very much
I'm living under a tree right now. What the heck is this place? What the heck? Chat, do you see the endless possibilities?
Yeah.
Oh, what's this? Oh, beds? I can sleep here?
Yeah, you can. But this is for the pals.
Am I not a pal?
Huh. I can't put you in a ball. If I turn on PvP, I might be able to put you in a ball, but see, come over here. These are my totally legitimately acquired vendors.
Right.
These are my totally acquired, like legally acquired vendors. They are 100% here of their own will.
Blink twice if you're in any under any duress or threats.
He knows better.
Ignore the barrel of the gun pointing at your face.
He knows better. They come inside. I'll show you. This is the one that absolutely filled me with joy when I caught him. It was so much drama to catch him, but it was so worth it.
I accidentally climbed on top. I'm lost.
The legendary pharmacist.
What?
He sells all of the best meds in the game.
And you enslaved, I mean you hired him.
Nope. He mans this position here, which improves the overall sanity of my entire base. Because his med stat is super high. It's pretty neat.
Did you mean sanity or sanitation? I'm not sure.
I know it says sanitation.
Yes.
But so sanity is a stat for pals. And the more they work, the lower their sanity goes, unless you put things in place to help them, yeah.
That sounds just like me. Oh, what's this? What's that?
That is so this lets me access every chest I have in my base at one time.
What the heck?
Which is useful sometimes. And then this is for research. This is for, like, I can put pals in here, and whenever you get around to building one of these, like, we can trade pals that way. Like, if I get a good pal that I don't need, I can just put it in there. And then this is the guild box that lets us transfer items to each other. Mostly we just use it for blueprints, the schematics for things.
You want to see where the
come here. I'll show you where the magic happens.
Oh, chat. I have woods and stones and berries.
Oh, so this right here is called the pal blender. So,
excuse me?
So certain pals drop, like all pals drop items. Certain pals drop specific items that you need in large quantities. So what you do is you load this thing full of pals, and then it grinds them up and spits out their drop items for you in mass.
That sounds absolutely inhumane.
This is the breeding pen.
The breed, right?
Yeah, so you put two pals in here, and they do things, and then they lay eggs, and you take the eggs over here to where the incubators are. You put the eggs in the incubators so they hatch.
Right. A legitimate
Yeah.
operation. At
Completely
least they're
legitimate,
free
which means-
range, I guess.
Sort of. I mean, if by free range you mean I take them out of these incubators and stuff them in my PAL box until I decide their fate. Either they get sold or they get ground up and used for something else.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
checks out.
These are my assembly lines for building things. This is what I meant by eventually the pals will build things for you. You can assign pals to these workstations.
Huh.
I'm so happy I just got this one right here today. This is Hekmet, and she is a very rare pal to find. Now I just need Anubis, and my base will be in good order.
Wow.
But she's fun. She just kind of dances in place when she's not doing stuff. See, look, doesn't she? She looks happy. My queens look happy. Look at them, just sitting here, majestically vibing with the universe, waiting for you to put them to work. See, the pals are happy.
They're willingly doing this, chat. This is a legitimate operation.
They definitely didn't get beaten half to death and put in a ball and then brought here against their will.
What's this? What's that?
What? Where are you?
I'm lost.
Oh, there you are.
Are you cleaning, good sir?
No, he's keeping my refrigerator cool.
You have a
So I kind of-
refrigerator?
Yeah, right here. Yeah, upstairs here. So this is my refrigerator, and then this is my oven, and this is my she heats my oven. So when I need something cooked, I can just be like, here, I'll show you. I need more of these.
Why do I keep getting level ups?
Oh. Because you're in my base, and everything going on around here right now is giving you XP.
Just by existing here?
Yes, just by vibing in my base because you're in the same guild as me. So all of my pals, all the production and stuff that they're doing, all of it is generating passive XP.
I am literally being carried, just breathing.
So you just if you just hung out here for like an hour, you'd probably get like another like 4 or 5 levels.
That's crazy.
See, she's cooking.
Okay, I don't know how I feel about vegetable cake.
So in order to get pals to breed, you have to feed them cake. And the vegetable cake is the best cake I can make right now. Don't look at me in that tone of voice. I didn't make the game. I'm just playing by its rules. Okay.
Right.
Okay. I didn't program the game. I am just playing by its rules. And the game says I must feed them cake if I want them to breed. And I need them to breed.
With vegetable
Actually, I do
cake.
need. Yeah, I don't.
This is workplace
don't
abuse.
Bro, all of my pals are like super happy. I don't know what you mean. They're all at 100 sanity level. They are all having a great time.
4 sanity levels. With the legendary...
They are all having a great time.
Okay.
I don't know.
I have
don't know what
aspirations.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't have to live out under a tree.
Not forever, no. You'll eventually be able to have a house.
Okay. Question. So I don't need sleep. I don't need to build myself a bed.
No.
Question mark?
No, you don't need sleep. Sleep is only for passing time when basically the only time you need to sleep is if you're passing time from when night falls. But we don't everybody on the server would have to sleep at the same time, and like Sid and I we don't ever sleep. We're always doing
That checks
things.
out.
Yeah. Shocking, right?
Exactly.
Sid and I never sleep.
You just passively breathe. Well,
That's right.
actively? Is breathing active or passive? Where am I? Never. Wood?
Yeah, exactly. And listen,
Oh.
that's exactly right. They are super thrilled to be here. They have to work, sure, but in exchange they get safety. Because like if when things attack my base, because I
Uh-huh.
have a number of pretty high level pals at this point, like anything that attacks my base just has a really bad time.
Huh.
Like that's just really what it boils down to. They come here looking
Shame.
for a fight, and what they find instead
Huh?
is slaughter. Endless slaughter.
What is that? What the heck did I just...
These
I got a
two.
Powerball. Okay. I'll finish tutorial
If you want to
and
go, yeah, go back to, yeah, you can just hit, if you press M, it'll just, you can just teleport back to your base that way.
I will be useful, father. Wait for me, probably.
I believe in you. I believe in you.
Looking from
You'll
the
get there.
outside, your base looks crazy. What the heck? You're
It's
a factory.
no
What
practically about it. This is a full-fledged functioning factory.
the
There is mass production transpiring here.
Man. What's the giant crystal looking tower in the distance?
So that opens up the map. Hold on.
Ah. Me thinking that I can fly. That means
Hey,
I can
where the
just poke it,
fuck did my
right?
cake go? Did my cake despawn? That is going to actually irritate the shit out of me if my cake despawned.
Oh, sorry about that.
It
Oh my
did. It
god,
fucking
you're
despawned.
cute!
Amazing. Server lag for the win.
Is it the vegetable cake?
Yes, it's the vegetable cake.
Maybe if you make a better cake.
No, it has to be the vegetable cake.
Why?
Unfortunately, tragically.
Why?
That's just life. Vegetable cake la. What they
Well,
want, what I have to give them.
I'm hungry. Apparently.
Have you ordered
Chomp.
lunch yet?
No, I meant my character, but I guess me too. I forgot. I forgot that I
Oh
need
my god.
sustenance.
Of course she forgot, chat. Is anybody here surprised that she forgot? Anybody? Show of hands. Anybody surprised
Genuinely,
that
you know what?
Kanna forgot that she needed to eat too at some point today?
I genuinely need this hunger bar in real life.
Girl, order food before I turn on PvP.
But I'm on the thingy thing. What is
Girl,
this? Did I
order.
open the
Oh,
map yet?
you can't get up there. No, because you have to get
Oh.
to the top. You
I
have
have
to
to
have a
get to
flying
the
mount.
top?
Yes. Yes.
Brother, then why am I here?
Go back to your base. I don't know why you went
Wait.
over there. You can't you don't have a flying mount yet. Go back to your base.
Can't I climb this thing?
No, you cannot climb this thing. You will run out of stamina and you will fall to your death
But like what
tragically.
if? But like
Tragically
what
fall to
if?
your death. La, stop it.
But I really want to know. I'm like, which part do you have to touch? Which part
It's
do you
the
have to
part at
poke?
the very top.
It's not
You
the
have to get to
floating
the
crystal.
no, you have to get to the very top.
Oh, brother. Okay, what about if I jump? Yeah! Woo! I'm fine. I'm fine.
Well, yeah, you have a glider, so you should be okay.
I have a glider? How does
Yeah.
one glide?
Wait, did I wait? Hold on. Hit tab. Did I make you? I think I made you a glider. I think I did. Did I? Wait. Don't throw yourself off the world yet, because I'm trying to remember now if I did. I know I
have
did
a
not make you a
shield.
glider. No, you don't have a glider. Never mind. I take it back. I didn't give you a glider.
Oh, brother.
Girl, go back to your base. You're playing in
But
places
like,
you're not supposed to be yet.
but like,
You are
can you
gonna get
climb the
more.
crystal?
You can try. Good luck. You can try. Best of luck to you.
Did I just eat myself off? Ow. Oh, that's the
Probably.
fall damage.
Yep.
Ow. Oh! Wait, how do I get... Oh. Never mind, I didn't die. If I aim really well. Tada! Wait, can I touch it? I did the thing! I unlocked the thing!
Oh, I didn't know there was one of those wind things there. I just flew to it with my flying mount.
Privileged.
Good job.
Absolutely
Privileged nothing.
privileged.
I had to earn that shit. What are you talking about? You're getting the easy version of this game, girl. Sid and I had to suffer to
Can I
get the
just say
shit that we
I'm
have.
absolutely privileged?
You know how many times we've died in this game?
I will remember your sacrifice. Ooh, what's that?
That's right.
Okay. Okay, I'll go home first, Father. I will do you proud
Nice.
and make a stone
I believe in you.
axe.
Yeah, yeah. Just do whatever the tutorial tells you to do.
Survival
Like-
guide. Because I will survive.
You obviously don't need the stone axe, but you still need to make one. There's a lot of stuff that you're gonna have to make sometimes that you don't need, like a stupid fucking oil derrick. Oh, it still makes me angry. That was such a waste of time.
It's about the journey and not the end result or something.
Yeah, something.
Stone axe. Start production. Oh, I have to do it. Right.
Yes.
No one will do this work
Yes.
for me.
No. You don't have pals to do work for you yet.
Craft a thing. Pickaxe.
It's begun.
Am I dumb? Why is it not working? Hello? Work? Hello? Hello? Why is it not
Hold.
working?
Hold.
I did hold it. Good
Press
sir.
and hold. You don't have the materials, maybe?
You're so smart, maybe.
Probably you don't have the materials on you to make the axe. Well, plasma.
My tummy rumbled. That's my hunger gauge.
Order food.
Hi.
Order food. Hiya.
Huh? But I do have the items, question mark. The materials? Yes, I do. What the heck? This game hates me. Chat. Chat. I'm holding and nothing is being held. Is it because I'm in the dark?
Have you tried getting good?
She's literally making a stone axe.
Skill issue.
It's the mouse pad.
Oh, yes, that's right. The mouse pad. Forgot about the mouse pad.
Exactly. I can cancel,
Skill.
but why can't I? No, it's the mouse pad.
Skill.
What the heck? I'm still
Skill
leveling
issue.
up. Hi, chat. What the heck? I didn't get this primitive workbench off Shopee. Why is it not working? What if I try building something else?
she did get it off Shopee chat. That's
It
the
works
funny
for
part.
other things. What the heck? Stone pickaxe. Start production. What the? Required suitability? What the heck is that?
Hit tab.
Yes. I have so much health. Stamina. Enhance.
Yeah, you don't have the materials in your inventory to craft the axe. Oh wait, you already
What?
crafted the axe. The axe is in your inventory. What do you mean?
No, the pickaxe.
Oh yeah, you need more. You need stone and wood. You don't have stone and wood in your inventory.
I don't have stone and wood. Yes,
Look
I
them-
do. When I cancel, it appears. Probably.
Hit cancel.
You can't access that. Why can't I?
Hold
Huh?
on. Hold on.
And why can't I open my box?
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Eh?
There you go. That's there you go. Now you should be able to do everything.
Was I locked out of my crap?
Maybe.
Eh?
Maybe.
Did you just?
Maybe.
Hi, workplace abuse.
Maybe. Look, I fixed it. So I don't want to hear it.
Chat,
I
chat,
fixed
I'm being
it.
sabotaged. I'm
I don't want to
absolutely
hear it.
being
I don't want to hear it. I
sabotaged.
don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Genuinely. She's
Shut.
like, skill issue, he says.
Shut. Still skill issue. Shut.
Why could I make a pal ball but not make a pickaxe? That makes no sense.
Yeah, I don't know. It's very
You
strange.
did something.
But
You
I
did
fixed
something.
it. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Mine the blue nodes on the beach to obtain.
It doesn't matter, La, because I fixed it.
Hi,
Shut.
produce a pal sphere. Attack a wild pal. Oh, right, no glider. F.
No, you have to make one.
Find a blue thingamaboob to do a thingamaboob. Chat. Is this the thingamaboob?
Maybe.
How does one do a thing? How do you add things to your bar button thing? You understand me, right?
What do you mean?
How do I equip axe?
Scroll wheel.
Oh.
Scroll wheel. Lamau. Scroll wheel, girl.
Shut up. Nobody needed to know that. It's okay. It's fine.
Scroll
Shut
wheel.
up. I did. Yes, I did it. It's fine. It works.
Scroll wheel.
No mouse pad. Produce a pal sphere. I forgot where my base is. Are you my base? I'm lost. I'm gonna die. I might actually just die without you, just FYI.
If you do, you'll learn.
I
Dying is a part of the process.
would have died from the cold.
Yes. It's okay. You'll be all right.
Where is my tree? Oh, that's my tree.
This is top quality content, chat.
Finding a tree.
Watching Kanna struggle.
Oh, if I make more than one thing, I have to sit here and work on it.
Oh yeah.
Where's the automation? How do I make? Huh. Can I make a thing? Can I build a campfire? I can.
Hey, Kanna, do you want to know something that's funny? There's
What?
there's an extravagant vegetable cake.
No, there isn't.
There's extravagant vegetable cake is a thing. I'm gonna have to make another base and just turn it into a farm. Oh my god. I am. I'm gonna have to have like a farm base just to grow the stuff.
For a vegetable cake.
Yep. I'm gonna need it for proper breeding. What I'm doing right now is not really proper breeding.
How does one properly breed?
You need the high tier cake, and there's a whole like calculator and process that you have to go through to breed the special cake. Look at that.
Oh. Attack a wild pal to weaken it, then capture it. Do I just attack a random one?
Mm-hmm. Where's your crosshair?
I was about to ask that question. Excuse me, sir. Do we not get
where-
crosshairs in here?
Yes, you do. Lamau, where's your crosshair?
Chat.
What?
Hold.
When I aim, I have a crosshair.
Excuse me.
Check your
just
settings
YOLO?
and see if you check your settings and see if you,
You know what?
accidentally disabled your crosshair.
I'm gonna die. I don't have a Why do I not have a crosshair? Did I attack two? I totally did attack two. Ah!
Girl,
You didn't tell me
stand
they
still
can
and get
shoot
hit.
things at you? What?
Stand still and just get hit. I want you to see
Why?
something. Just stand still and get hit.
Oh.
Yes,
Right.
you're fine. Okay,
Oh.
you're wearing
looks-
some of like the best mid-tier like mid-level gear in the game at the starting area. Nothing in the starting area is going to attack. Oh, wait, are you on controller or are you on keyboard?
Keyboard?
You're on keyboard, right?
Did I die?
Yeah, I don't.
Oh.
You should have. You're not gonna die. Nothing there is gonna kill you. You're fine.
Oh.
You are entirely safe.
Do I need to aim the pal
You're
ball?
wearing the same. You're wearing the same shield that I'm wearing.
I need
for
to aim the
stuff that
pal
I'm doing.
ball.
Yes, you do need to aim the pal.
Brother.
Oh, God. She's just,
For the love of God, how? It's not working, mind you. It's not working.
Well, you killed it. You're supposed to
I
weaken them,
killed
not
it?
kill them.
Oh!
Yes, it's on the ground and not moving, Kanna. What do you mean? Did I kill it? Oh, yes. Yes. In point
But
of
it's
fact,
still
you
wiggling. Did I kick it? Did I just kick its dead body?
Yes, you did just kick its
so
dead
sorry.
body.
So sorry.
Kanna.
I don't remember. I thought you were supposed to knock it out.
Kanna.
Yeah?
What do you...
Are you dead too?
Bless her. Bless her
Pharaoh,
heart, chat.
I'm-
She's just, she's
Um,
trying her best, chat.
Is it dead?
She
But it's
is-
wiggling.
She is trying her best.
If I poke it, will it come back to life? It's wiggling.
No, it's not how that works.
Brother. Come back. Come back. I didn't mean to. Please. I think it's dead. Oh, man.
You think it's dead? Maybe? You think maybe it's dead?
Oh, man. To be fair, instructions were unclear.
How were instructions unclear? It says
Instructions were
weaken.
very unclear.
It literally said weaken the
Instructions
pal.
unclear.
It said weaken the
It's a
pal,
terrible
not
survival
beat the
guide.
pal to death. Not.
I just wanted to say instructions unclear. Not idiot proof. They should have known.
They should have known what.
There
That you
will
were-
there will be people like me who
They
clearly.
should have
I
known
call
that you
ESL.
exist.
What is this? What's
They
this?
should have known that Kanna exists and would therefore need to be
Oh my God,
handheld
why
as
are
much
you?
as
You're
possible.
So cute. Okay, this time. Where's my damn crosshair? How weak does it need to be? Oh, wait, is it gonna die
get
if I
it
shoot it
low.
again? How
Just
low
get
is
it low.
low? Please
So
don't
there's
die.
just you're gonna kill it. So the longer you hold a bow, the more power goes, the more damage it does. So if you just want to hurt it a little bit, just
Don't hold.
flick arrow. Don't hold.
Instruction
Just flick
unclear.
Oh,
Don't die! Wait, this time. I have bad aim. Oh, wait, it works. hold your right click. What does right click do?
Right click to aim.
Crosshair!
Oh, were you not? Oh, you weren't
No.
holding your right click. You were just drawing. Oh. Hmm. I see. That explains why you didn't have a crosshair. That explains why you didn't have a crosshair. I see. Yeah, well, you know, guys, it's hard to be Kanna sometimes, right? Like,
Come back.
she
come
tries
back
her
alive.
best. She tries her best.
To be fair, there were no instructions on how to please come back or you're dead. No, they're just knocked out. They're gonna come back to life later. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's totally fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Nothing wrong with what's happening right now. But I don't think she has an FS. I think that's the thing is I don't think Kanna's really done a lot of FPS gaming.
No, I think the one thing I did was go to the shooting range on Valorant, but that's it.
Yeah. So this is going to be a bit of a struggle for Kanna. We'll have to be patient and understanding. Patient and understanding.
It's the mouse pad, chat. It's the lack of a mouse pad, I assure you. Alright, I have to make it. Because FPS is usually first person, right? Motion sickness and all that jazz.
Yeah. That makes sense.
See? Sense. I always have sensibilities, you know? What?
Okay.
What? Now what? Capture a Lambo. Oh. They didn't tell me it has to be specific.
Capture. Capture. Not mercilessly slaughter. Okay? Capture the Lambo.
Right. Thank you.
Right? Okay.
Right.
Get it low. Get its health low. Aim long. Okay. Hold the bow long for maximum power, right? Knock it down some and then flick arrows at it until it's no longer healthy and then throw a ball at it. And capture the Lambo.
Oh, you have to aim, then shoot. Ah, I see. Okay. Where did it go? Oh my god, why are you here? What the heck? Ah, did I kill it?
Oh. Server lag.
Okay, we just pretend that didn't happen. Right. Let's find our first Lambo. No, it's okay. We got this.
Yes.
Let's find our
Right.
first...
Let's find our first Lambo. First Lambo. You're absolutely correct. I'm sorry.
Where is it again? See, though, I have many chances this time. What did you say about it? Okay, do this and then flick. Flick. Oh, thank God.
You know what, chat? I'm gonna have to give her the glasses. I was gonna try not to, but I'm gonna have to give her the glasses. She's
I've
just gonna keep murdering
3.
everything.
God dang.
Hold on, just wait a second, Kanna.
what?
Let me craft these glasses for you real quick. Hold on.
Even in game, I need glasses.
I should have realized that she was gonna need the glasses. I should have.
Wait, wrong place.
Hold on.
I caught a whopping 2 Lambos.
Kanna, go back to your base real quick.
Okay. I caught a whopping 2. I'm lost. I think it's there.
Even in the game. If you look at the top of your screen, there's a little like compass up there, and it'll show you the little castle icons are bases. So it'll show
Oh.
you how to get home, or at least to another base. Where okay, I can see where you are. Hold on. Nope, not you. Okay.
On a scale of how much you trust me to read the compass.
Just stay there. Just hold still. Where are you? Wait, I thought I saw you. Oh, there you are. Okay.
Right. I forgot about that.
Anyway. Here. Put these on. Put these on.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What those do, while you're wearing
Uh-huh.
them, you can't kill anything while you have them equipped. All right? You absolutely cannot kill anything while
Okay,
you're
so that's a guarantee.
Yes. You absolutely cannot kill anything
Okay. Wait,
while
and that
while
one's
you have those
already
glasses.
dead. Wait,
Maybe
let me
NFS, she might be
is
right.
that one dead
I might
too?
need to send her. I might need to give her a melee weapon and just let her chase things.
What do you mean why? No, that's not a lab ball. Where are my balls? Wait. Where are you? Did I kill them all? Are they extinct?
Yeah. No, there's more. You just
Oh,
have to, there's
there's
some down
more.
over here. Yeah, they're all over the place. Hold on. Let me go make you a melee weapon. This is
Oh, okay. So,
actual
okay.
pain.
Guarantee they're not gonna die.
Guarantee they will not die.
Oh, what happened there?
You are incapable of killing anything. Now remember that. So if something
Oh.
attacks you, you have to take the glasses off to kill it.
Oh.
Okay.
Ta-da!
Let me make you a melee weapon.
What's wrong with me using the bow?
It's painful. Painful.
Why?
That's what's wrong with it. I should probably make you some kind of a glider too while I'm at it.
What's wrong with me? What's wrong
Before
with
you
me
eat
using a
yourself.
bow? I'm using it like anyone else does. Question mark?
Did you figure out where your targeting reticle is?
The what now?
Do you know where your crosshair is?
Yes, the right
Okay.
button.
Okay. You sure? You good?
See? Yes. See? Crosshair.
I thought about making her, you know what? I should make her the compound bow. That would be even funnier.
Berries. Wood. More berries. More berries. Whoa. I forgot how I'm supposed to. Oh, okay. Base. Forward. What?
This is amazing.
Working.
I'm so glad that you got this game. It's incredible.
I'm 50% sure my base is that way. Yes. Oh, I see it.
Watching you play this game is incredible.
What? I play it just like anyone else does.
Exactly. It's fabulous.
Oh, wood. I'm getting there. Oh my god, that's cute. Want one.
Now here's the question, chat. How many times do you think she would have died if I hadn't given her the super shield?
I have a shield?
Yes, you have a shield. That's what the blue bar is above your health bar.
Oh!
That's the thing I gave you.
It's fine. What does this do? Do I put it here? Do I put the things in the box? There you go. Can I just right click? I can. Ta-da! I've caught things. Now what? Now do the same to equip a normal parachute. Unlock the cloth outfit. Technology. When did I
Technology,
unlock
brother.
that? Ooh, Megasphere. I have a lot of technology things because I leveled up, didn't I?
Yeah, don't wait, don't no. Don't stay up there. Don't start unlocking things down that far. Old bow, arrows, stone spear, because you're gonna have to do that for your just unlock whatever the game is telling you to unlock. Otherwise, don't unlock anything yet because you will end up spending points that you don't really have. Like you have them, but you don't have them.
I have to unlock the parachute before I can build it? Question mark?
Yes.
Beep beep.
Yes.
I have to find the parachute in here, don't I? Gimme. Stone pit. A shoddy bed. It's on number 5. Am I blind? I am. I should have used my glasses. Right. I need cloth. Cloth. Yes. So smart. Oh.
Oh, don't choke.
I'm choking and I'm dying.
Did you
Forgot to drink.
Did you order food?
No.
Oh,
I forgot.
Kanna, please,
Let
I
me
beg.
do that.
Order
I
food.
fed myself in game.
Yes,
If that
your
helps.
character is better fed than you are. Your character is better fed than you are.
Okay, wait. How many cloths do I need? Just make a bunch of them. Da, 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 da.
Amazing.
Holding F is a lot of work.
It gets better. It gets better eventually because you'll be able to, like I say, you'll eventually be able to assign pals to do stuff.
I have so much lamball mutton. Is it because I killed them? I'm so sorry. Do I have to cook
All
it
she
before I eat
does
them?
is
I'm
murder.
sorry. Well,
Yes, you do have to cook it before you can eat it.
Hiya. Do I just eat it on the campfire? Oh.
Yeah, you just go to the campfire and it'll give you the option to cook it.
I'm sorry, lamballs.
Hit
You're
F.
gonna make
There you
great kebabs.
That's right. Yeah, don't eat the raw meat, Kanna. You're not a savage, are you?
What about like beef tartare and all that jazz?
She is a savage, chat.
I wasn't the person who created that recipe. Fried egg! Is there nutrition or are these just like whatever? Oh.
This just whatever. I mean, like, well, I mean, there is nutrition in that, like, certain foods will fill you up, like more, and other foods will give you bit more sanity and stuff like that. So, yeah, to an extent, there is nutrition. Oh, I still bring you this
Hydrating.
glider.
Again, I'm still feeding myself in game. And not in reality. Ha! I should eat food. Oops. I'm carrying too much. Hmm? 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 Eh? What's this for? Eh? If only it were real, maybe we wouldn't have to work. Maybe Pharaoh wouldn't have to work so hard.
It's fine. It's totally fine.
Why does the food have like a timer on it?
Because it expires.
It expires?
Yes.
Did I just make a lot of food that I can't? Maybe. Hi. Is expiration also a suggestion in the game? Mark?
No, you should definitely. Well, when it expires, it just disappears. So,
what?
Yeah. The game's not going to let her eat expired food, chat. Don't worry.
Hmm.
Because we all know she would.
Oh, if I cook it, it extends the shelf life, no? What if I store it really well? Is there... There's a fridge, isn't there? Am I a genius? If I just cook them all, question mark. Extension of shelf life, question mark?
No, doesn't make a difference either way.
Oh, why you tell me that after I started working on 50 lamb ball kebabs?
It'll give you some experience, and it's fine either way. Because I mean, it's better nutrition. Well, you have to cook it to eat it anyway, and it will. What do you call it? It'll expire at the same rate whether it's raw or if it's cooked. So it doesn't matter.
And so I need ice pals. Ah.
Yeah.
I should think about what to eat while I watch myself cook kebabs. In a frying pan. With no kebab anywhere inside. Huh. The armor looks cool. I like the armor.
Yes.
Thank you for the armor.
You're welcome.
Does the purple armor of shame come in any other colors? You could make You could actually make a Power Ranger.
No, it doesn't. It is just purple. It's the specific the lightweight plasteel armor is that's just what it looks like, fortunately.
We could have had like a formation and everything. Such a shame.
We could have struck funny poses.
I know. What a loss for humanity. Wait, how do I eat again? Oh. On a scale of 1 to hungry.
You know what? Hold on. I just realized something.
Oh. Well, if they're gonna expire anyway. Right, I have to cook the chicken too. Dang. One day, I will have a fridge and I will stuff it full of stuff.
Yes.
That's my dream.
And you'll have a pal that sits there and cooks it all down for you. Or
Oh,
cooks it all down for you. And you'll have an oven with a pal that cooks for you. Just tell it what you want it to cook and it just does it.
huh. Okay, wait. Level up. Oh, I'm flying. It works. The bootleg
Good shit.
parachute works.
We love the bootleg parachute.
Yippee! Find the small settlement and talk to the chief. Okay.
You know what?
Yeah.
Kanna, you're getting the purple armor of shame.
Why? But I look so cool right now.
So, wait, no, never mind. I take it back. Okay, it's more okay.
Gumas. This Gumas is so tiny. Was your Gumas like huge from the get-go?
I had one at one point when I was on my single player game. I had a giant Gumas, but what do you call it? I don't have it in this game.
Question. Were they huge from the start, or is it like when you catch it then it's big?
Do what? I'm sorry.
I'm lost. Oh. Was it like huge before you caught it, or is it only huge
Yes.
after you caught it?
No, it was huge before I caught it.
Huh. I think the one Pharaoh caught is an alpha.
Yeah. Yeah. You can
Is
tell
this a
well, no, it's
friend?
not an alpha, it's a shiny, it's a lucky. So alphas are like the bosses, and then you will sometimes find shiny versions of the regular
Oops. I'm sorry.
what you call it, the regular NPCs. They're lucky. And lucky ones, they have the lucky stat, which is it's pretty good, honestly.
Okay, so you only find that out after you capture them? Question mark.
No, you can tell. They glow and they hum.
Oh.
Yeah, you can definitely tell a lucky one from there's a big visual thing
Oh.
that goes along with it. Yeah.
Penguin. I want a penguin. Why penguin so fast? Hiya. Am I here yet?
I believe in you.
Don't kill it, Kanna. Don't kill it, Kanna. Don't kill it, Kanna. Don't kill it, Kanna. Please don't kill it, Kanna. Ah!
Don't kill it, Kanna.
Is
Well, you
it
can't
dead?
kill it,
Is it
Kanna.
dead? Oh, right.
No, you can't kill it. You can't kill it. You're fine.
Now.
You're safe.
You're
Yeah.
so right. You're so right.
You're safe. You do not have the ability to kill them anymore. I have taken away your ability to kill things.
Is it okay if I take a random pink egg on the ground?
Yeah, you can't really do anything with it yet, but sure, you can.
Hi. Oh my god, water! Can we swim? Is that one drowning? Do I need to save you? Are you okay?
No. They can swim too.
It
safe.
doesn't look like it's swimming. It looks like it's real. Ah, you are swimming.
Oh,
you
wait.
look like you're drowning though.
Actually,
Yeah?
it might be drowning.
What?
I don't know. I didn't know the
can I
pals could
put-
drown. It does kind of look like it's struggling though, doesn't it?
I can't push it back. Do I just put it out of its misery? That doesn't sound right either.
You can't put it out of its misery. You're unable to kill.
Right. Forgot about that.
You are unable to kill. Killing is not currently in your repertoire.
I've always known I'm a peaceful person. a chicken. Oh my god, what's this? Pick up. Huh?
Yes.
Lift monk effigy.
Mm-hmm. You use those. There's a thing you'll build eventually. It's a little statue, and
Oh.
you'll be able to upgrade yourself. Basically.
Okay. Huh. Choo, 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 choo. Am I going the right way? Probably.
Any way can be the right way. Any way can also be the wrong way. That's the beautiful thing about this game.
It's
Am I going the right way? Am I going the wrong way? Who knows?
Sandy could drown, and if you use electric attack, they'll get electrocuted in water. Huh.
Yep.
Oh, I forgot I have a parachute now.
Oh yeah, that's right. That reminds me. I need to bring you the better parachute. Hold on.
Does that mean I won't die if I fall?
It lets you glide for longer.
Oh. Ow.
Yeah. See how that one runs out really fast? This one will let you glide for longer before you run out of stamina.
Pro-Ajiro. Why do they look so cute? They look like little sages.
Where are
Shiny
you?
things. Pick up. I think I'm supposed to go that way. What are you? Can I catch you too? Don't worry, I'm not gonna kill you. I've lost the ability to kill. Oh, did they all just... Ah, I'm sorry! Is that you?
It's so funny watching you.
Why?
Did you just attack me, you little shit?
Where? Oh. I think
That one just attacked me. Just sitting here not doing anything, minding my own business.
I'm just here giving NFS a heart attack with my shooting.
It's amazing.
Right, I can't kill them. Right. Do I need to aim with the ball again? Oh.
I mean, when they're right up close in your face, probably not here.
Yes, good sir.
There.
Oh! Giga Glider.
Yeah.
Is this one dead?
Yes.
I didn't
the
kill
ones
it.
that. No, I did. The ones that attacked me got dealt with. You don't attack me. I don't care. It's just not how it's done.
And I'm the peaceful one.
They had to learn. You are the peaceful one. I'm pure violence. Everybody knows this. Everybody knows this.
Giga Glider. Ooh.
Oh, you did. Oh, Crow's right.
Oh.
Kanna, you didn't change your. You didn't change your stream
Right.
thing. Yeah.
Beep beep boop boop. Right, I can just
There we
do
go.
that. Thank you,
Never mind.
Sid.
Yep. Sin's the real mod. I'm just the babysitter.
Who's the baby?
Gee, I wonder. What's my role on your server again?
I wouldn't know. I would not know. It's a mystery. Oh my
It's
god!
a mystery.
What's that? Are those fishies? Can I get you? Will I get stung?
You need a
those are
fishing
jellyfish.
pole. Yeah, that's a fishing hole. You can fish things up, but you have to have a fishing rod to do it.
Would I get electrocuted?
No, I don't think they'll attack you or anything.
Oh my god, cute! Don't run! I can't kill you. Last I checked. Did she just summon her buddies or something? Oh, he's fine. I didn't miss. Yippee! I'm just capturing random ones. That's fine, right?
Yes.
Does it matter if I hit them on the head or something? Oh, right.
Yes. Yes, headshots can crit.
Huh.
Though in your case, it doesn't matter because you can't kill anything anymore, so you can just do whatever.
And don't attack me, I'm peaceful.
The fact that I had to give her the fucking oven mitts.
It's fine. I accidentally threw something. Okay. Wait.
The fact that I had to give her the oven mitts, chat.
I have great self-control, just letting you know. Usually.
Okay.
I just needed to know what to control first, you know what I mean?
That's right.
You're weighed down by too many items. Hiya. Alright, I forgot I'm supposed to find a village. Hiya. What did I just do? Eh? Did I just release a pal?
Yeah. You hit E and let a pal out of its ball.
Oh. How do I return you to ball, child? E again. Oh! You can summon your pal with E. I am now finding that out, good sir. I should start eating things before they expire. Probably? Oh, okay. That wasn't enough.
I don't think it's gonna be the most efficient way to. Well, I guess we'll figure it out. It's getting some good stuff out of it.
Small village. Small
village. Small village.
Choo 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 choo. Choo 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 choo. Where am I? No idea. I have to go back there. That seems... Oh, right, glide. Wait, what? Why did I not glide? Chat? What? Did I forget how to glide? No?
I don't know, did you?
Stop releasing the penguin!
Release penguin!
Is it because I'm heavy?
Release penguin!
I keep releasing the damn penguin. I don't even know why.
So funny.
Oh, they're up there.
The penguin! The penguin!
Is it here? Surely. Is it up there? No la. Hi, you're not too heavy, you're just carrying a lot. Wait, if I just devour everything, will it be lighter?
Too heavy, la.
Hi, what do I eat out? Flame organ. Berry seeds. What's that?
You need that for planting berries.
Is it here? It's over there. Can I still not fly? What's that? Oh, my tummy is rumbling. What food to eat? Must resist
Order
picking up
food.
random things. Upgrade your stat. That would indeed be a smart thing to do, wouldn't it? Is it the weight thing?
Order food before I fight you.
Does the weight stat affect how much weight I can carry?
Yes.
Hiya! Oh.
I need computers.
Okay. Did it work? Why is everything on fire? What the heck? What is that? Oh, that's... Hi, Sen.
Oh, I see you got your dragon.
That was a dragon. Yeah, I thought I was on fire.
Wait, how did you already get it? Am I nerfing myself by not just going out and fighting it, Sin? I need you to tell me honestly. Because I've been sitting here thinking I wasn't ready yet.
Holy crap, that looks so cool.
Sitting around because I'm higher level than you are.
By a bit. I don't know why I was expecting Sen to use the purple armor too.
No, the purple. He's using. So technically speaking, the purple armor that I'm wearing is the better version of the armor that Sin is wearing. Technically.
Right. Oh my god!
Oh, a few different pals. Is that what it is?
Huh. A jet dragon? Oh.
Okay.
What the heck? Okay, does that mean you have to weaken the dragon before you try to catch it? Question mark.
Yes.
Just like the tiny pals. Oh, where am I? What's this? Pick up.
Oh, you cheesed. Okay. That explains.
Find the small settlement. It's that way. Does that mean you can ride the dragon and fly?
Yes. Yeah, dragon is like one of the best flying mounts in the game.
I want one. Golden Hills. Aha! I finally found the small village. It only took me...
But what level is Dragon's saddle? I thought Dragon's saddle wasn't until... Oh, is it 70? Oh, okay.
You can get ancient pal balls from junk drops. If you go to
I'm almost there.
Tower.
I bet you if I beat Dragon... Oh, 76, okay. That's what I thought.
Without fighting it.
Oh, so yes, you can't even ride it yet. Gotcha.
Rumor has it that a massive disaster once brought them to the edge of extinction. Go to the world tree. Oh! I was wondering what that giant tree was.
Yes, that is the world tree.
The
tree of the world.
The truth.
What I really need to do is just go clear out these towers. I keep saying that and I just don't ever do it. Well, Billy's here.
Judging by... Oh. Prepare for the worst. How knowledgeable are you about pal gear? I know nothing. Certain pals can be equipped with tools or equipment that enhance their natural skills. Huh. Fox Sparks harness?
Yes, so to utilize a lot of the what do you call it? The pals have partner skills, and in order to utilize those partner skills, you have to craft their saddle. Like Fox Sparks, once you craft its saddle, you can use it as a flamethrower.
Okay.
Pretty cool.
What's that? Why is there like a purple jellyfish?
Okay. That is a fishing hole.
Why is it purple and glowing?
Because it's a special fishing hole.
Oh. I have to make a fishing Rod first?
Yep.
Question mark?
Yep. You need a fishing rod and bait in order to use the fishing holes.
Oh. It's a technology thing, isn't it? Let's see. Arrow. Sphere. Global Pal Box. Berry Plantation. And Mountain Torch. Nyaha! I needed this. Pal Gear Workbench. Ooh. Fire Arrow. Ooh. Huh. Oh, lighting. Sure. Alarm bells. Fishing rod, where are you?
Let's see here. What am I doing? I don't even know. Kanna, what am I doing?
Existing on Earth in
Yes.
reality-ish.
Perfect.
Are you at your base?
Yeah, I'm at my base.
Yeah, huh. I need ingot and fiber. I have to go home, don't I? Aw, man. Does this mean I have to go home and come back?
Probably.
I can't fast travel?
No, not, you have to find a fast travel spot.
Yeah. Is this it? What's
Yeah.
this?
Okay, where do I need to go for this mission?
Oh. I found a fast travel, chat.
No, not that one.
Yes.
Mission.
It's been 3 hours. I really should order food.
Yes. Agreed. You
I
really
didn't
should order
realize, though,
food.
genuinely.
Before
I thought it was like
fucking
12.
crawl through this internet connection and
I
shake
thought
you
it was
furiously.
12.
Girl, what do you mean you thought it was 12?
Thought it was 12. Me.
Actually, I'm kind of hungry. I'm gonna go grab, I don't know, something too. I made
More
pasta
ice
salad
cream.
for dinner. I might go grab some more.
Salad.
Yes, yes.
I've been telling you, but because I thought it was just like 11:30ish, probably.
That's why I keep trying to tell you that you need to eat something. She
That's
never
why
listens.
my tummy's been rumbling. Hiya.
Hi. I tell you, chat. You do what you can. You try to help them out. Tell them things they need to know. They don't listen to you. It's amazing.
I listen.
Sometimes.
What if I dig around in the fridge? I will find something.
Okay, but what are the odds that it'll be expired?
I guess we'll find out. No odds.
What
No
are the
odds.
what are the you're right, no odds, they're guaranteed to be, whatever's in the fridge is guaranteed to be expired. What am I saying?
What do you mean?
Lamau.
What was I supposed to do again? Eh? Fox Sparks defeated Syndicate Thug. What Fox Sparks? Where's the Syndicate Thug? The heck? Oh. Fishing! Fishing? Fishing? I was supposed to do something.
Where is
How to... Thingamaboo. Hold. Simple bait. I need flour? Does that mean I need wheat? Ugh.
yes.
Hiya. Where's the fishing rod? Do I just have it? What?
No, you have to craft it.
Why
You
is
have
it
to
not in
research it.
recipes?
You have to research it and then craft it. Because you haven't unlocked it yet. You have to go to your technology, brother.
There's high qual. I unlocked beginner fishing set.
Did you?
Oh, it's because I don't have the ingots.
Yeah.
I think I had ingots somewhere.
No, what you
Are
had
you an
was
ingot?
what you probably had is ore.
I
You have to
need
turn the
to
ore into
furnish.
ingots. Yes.
Hiya.
Gotta have a furnace.
Hiya. House plant. Okay.
There's a lot to this game. This game is very intricate.
Oh, I have to build it. Doy. Oh, wait, if I just build it randomly here, if I ever move, does that mean I have to disassemble it again?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hi.
Unfortunately.
Did I hear me wailing? Am I crazy? Is my dog wailing?
Is she?
Does she miss me? Every morning when I wake up, she is scratching at the door. Because she just wants to see me. Do you think my dog has separation anxiety?
Maybe. Possibly.
Me.
I would say that's a very strong probability that the dog has some slight separation anxiety.
Oh, it's dark. Wait, I can craft a torch now. What do you need to build a torch again?
Eventually, you'll be able to unlock a technology that lets you craft a little lantern that hangs on your belt.
Oh!
Yep, there's 2 levels of it. I've got
Wooden
the max
star.
level one. It's pretty nice. I'm not gonna lie.
Huh. Okay, let there be light. Here is a good place for light, I think. And why do I feel like I'm doing tiki torches?
You can craft a.
Gonna make a perimeter of
You
light.
can craft
Because darkness freaks
a
me
torch
out.
that you can carry around with you.
Oh. Building.
That's right. You're not a big fan of the dark.
Yep, Miu is definitely wailing.
Oh, poor Mia.
I know. Does she miss me? Well, it's not wailing. It's more like the biggest frustration yawn I've ever heard in my life. She's in her crate. It's supposed to be nap time. Maybe she's telling you to order food. That is also a possibility. How do you light the fire? Oh, ignite. Turning on torches. I'm such a genius.
Imagine turning on a torch.
Dang. I'm such a genius. What was I supposed to do again? Fishing. I totally got side. Fox Sparks harness is probably what I should be doing. Oh, the pal gear thingamaboo. I keep eating out the dang penguin and now I'm cold. Nobody saw that. No, nobody saw that. Nobody saw that. Absolutely nobody saw that. Production. Pal gear workbench. Maybe you can be here. Beneath this tree, next to the other tree. Or you could be here, that's too close. You can be near this thing. Probably. Yeah, sure. Aww. Why is she crying? Maybe she wants to pee. Should I let her out to pee?
Probably. You also need to get food. Get
Okay.
food.
Right. Fridge.
Get food.
Okay. I'll be right back. No one's gonna attack me if I just leave it like this, right?
Nah, you'll be fine. You're not in a. You're not in a. There, you're in the pals are not hostile, so you'll be safe there.
Annie. I'll be right. Yep, she's doing a thing.
Yeah.
I'll check on you and get food. Be right back.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Chat, if you all don't have food and water, now would be a good time before I get mad at you too. We can't lecture Kanna about food and water if we do not also maintain our own food and water. So breeding the whales and grinding them into the ore we need for the new metal is definitely going to work. On a side note, because of how my breeding is going, I'm also getting an absolute metric ass ton of ancient civilization parts. The idol for the Fugi is very good. Just Kanna, making a Kanna face. It's excellent. This is silly. This is absolutely silly. Chat, it's dumb, the things I'm doing. Should probably be stopped for crimes against humanity, maybe? I see, I see. Right now, I'm doing a breeding thing with these specific pals because there's an ore you need in order to advance to the next level of things. And oh, that's so funny. Kanna's still gaining XP from the stuff that we're doing.
Yep. I'm just passively leveling up, chat.
Just looked. I was looking at your screen and I saw you ding level 25. I'm like, what? Why did she do? Oh yeah, because we're doing stuff and she's just passively gaining
I'm
XP from
working
it.
hard. I'm hard at work leveling up, chat.
Kanna exists and is just winning by existing.
Okay, I'm back and I found a kebab in the fridge. And it should be fine. Probably.
Oh god.
I think it's fine. It is
Probably.
uneaten.
Maybe.
And I just unwrapped it. Because I forgot what was in it. It was like in it. It was a random blob of brown paper bag. And it turns out there's a kebab in it. Ow. How old is it? I genuinely have no idea. It's probably not that old. Because it doesn't smell funny. Okay. It's just, it's fine. It smells fishy because it's a tuna kebab. Not because of fishy reasons. Oh.
Definitely because of fishy reasons.
It's not because of fishy reasons. I'm playing one-handed. Alright, furnish. Wait, no. Harness. I'm playing with one hand. I'm doing my best. Back production. It is fish, I think. I am 70% sure I'm eating tuna mayo. I think.
You think?
Yeah. How do I equip the pal gear to the pal? Do I have to summon it first?
No. As soon as you unlock it, it just automatically equips.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, as soon as you unlock it, you're good to go.
Yum, 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 yum. My dad and my brother came by a few days ago. I am 50% sure they left this kebab in there. I have no recollection of getting it.
She lives dangerously, chat. She lives dangerously. That's just what she does.
Okay. Mia is wailing. Wait. I'll take her to pee first. I checked earlier and she didn't want to. But she's still wailing.
She wants your attention.
Wait, let me see if she wants to come in here. Give me a sec. Nope, she's fine. I think. She just wanted to see me for like 2 seconds. Hiya. Okay. Maybe she does have separation anxiety, Chad.
You think?
Yeah, you know,
Maybe.
if she's not in her crate and I'm streaming, she'll
Maybe.
sleep in front of my PC
Possibly.
room and just wait for me to come out. I haven't like
Possibly.
dog proof my PC room. That's why she can't come in here. Cause she'll. Last time she came in here, she was trying to lick the electrical outlet.
Oh.
Yep.
I mean, she'll figure it out.
I hope not in that way. Question mark.
She'll figure it out.
Okay.
The wall is spicy.
She's so dumb.
Why is the wall spicy?
Man. Wait. Why is my bag so full? What crap do I have? Venom gland.
Yeah, it's PAL material. You need a lot of PAL material for things.
How do I make wooden chests bigger? Question mark.
You'll eventually unlock bigger chests.
No.
But in the meantime, you just have to crank out a bunch of small ones until you get there. Yeah, as you go along down the technology tree, you'll get upgrades for like storage and other stuff.
Delicious when fried. Why does the expiration date differ when I put it in the chest and not in the chest?
The chest probably has a little bit of preservative ability to it.
Wait. The egg has 12 minutes left. But when I put it in the chest, it has 11 minutes left. But if it's the grilled chickpea, it has 24 minutes. And it goes to 22 when it goes to wooden chest. I am confused.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Wait, does it continue? 22? 25? What? 22:10. Does it just reset? What? The timer resets. What the hell?
Oh, you know, I've
That's
never
so
paid
weird.
attention to that before, so I'm not sure.
If you have a stack of food and eat one, the rest resets. True, but I didn't eat it. I just moved it to the thing. That's so funny. See, expiration date
food.
is just a suggestion. I tell you. I've
Oh my
been
God,
telling you. I told
I'm
you. It
going-
just resets.
I'm going to touch you violently, please.
It's not my logic. It's Palworld logic.
Not even God understands your logic.
God, technically, God created my logic.
And he questions that on a regular basis. What was I thinking?
Okay, what if I just unlock bigger chest? Let me see. I swear, this is a weapon, right? Makeshift SMG. I read it as MSG.
Many people. What if I just unlock bigger chest, Lamau?
That's the dream. That's the dream. Metal chest, but I don't have metal, do I?
Not until you make a thing and start producing ingots. Nope.
A meat cleaver for butchering pals.
Yes, it's something you can do.
Makeshift MSG. Hiya. A bear trap. Oh wait, I unlocked the furnace earlier. I have to eat it somewhere, don't I? I put it in the middle. And put it here. No, I wish I should have chosen a better place for our base.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why the first base is temporary.
Wonder if there's a good place over there.
You'll eventually you could come and build a base next to mine if you wanted to.
Oh.
There's a lot of like just flat open space by where my base is at.
Oh, what's that? That's a boss thing, isn't it?
Yeah, question marks are usually spots where bosses are. Like, pretty much all of the time, question marks are where bosses are.
Okay. That's sense base.
Given your level, you could build a base. You could rebuild your base near either one of ours, and you would be fine.
I wouldn't die, is what I'm hearing.
No, yeah, you wouldn't die.
Getting ready to commute home. Hi! Have a good trip home. Safe trip. Bye-bye. Thank you for dropping by.
Take it easy, Endless. Be safe.
I guess it's real estate, right? Location.
Yep, pretty much. Finding a nice kind of open flat spot is a really good way to go. That's what Sen and I both learned the hard way, is being able to have just a very big, a very flat open area for building is kind of essential.
Okay. I want to look for that too then. Higher quality materials can be found in harsher environments.
Yep.
Beep.
Earth Emperor's Baton. Okay, sure.
Whoa. Enter the Tower of the Rain Syndicate. My fishing rod still doesn't exist.
No fishing rod.
Where am I heading again? This way? Why did I choose to climb my way up?
Because you could.
Because I could. Whoa. Those look like angry little... Are those boars? Huh.
Yes. And they are aggressive. So, you know, like a lot of the pals you've been seeing so far haven't attacked you until you attack them. Boars will attack you on sight.
Oh. Well then.
Yep. Just something to bear in mind.
Oh, right. As they're chasing me. Right.
Yeah. But
I think they're...
again,
I didn't lose them. I didn't know they're still there. I'm gonna... Oh my god, a pow ball. Okay, back to running.
The amount of panic that is going on when you are essentially invincible is really funny to me.
What do you mean? Oh my god, are those cows?
Those boars can't break your shield. They can't.
Oh my god. They're cows. Oh my god, they're named Mazarina. Do you produce cheese? Hello?
They
Oh
produce
my
milk.
god. What's this guy? Shady pal merchant? Okay. You don't seem the friendliest, good sir. Do I just waltz in the tower? Oh, what's that? Open. Whoa. Treasure chest. How to cross? Do I just yeet over and climb? Yes. I won't die if I go in here, right? What?
Hmm?
Probably fine. Join boss battle? What? Am I supposed to join the boss battle? Huh. Do I just waltz in, chat? Should I... Okay. Right? This is what I'm supposed to do, right? Yeah? No? On a scale of am I ready for a boss battle? Surely.
It'll be fine. It'll be totally fine.
Huh. Whoa. Oh, suspense. Oh, who's that? What? Oh, why does she look so cool? What was her name? Was it Zoe?
Yes.
What the heck? Don't tell me I'm supposed to beat her. I'm supposed to beat her, aren't I?
Yes, indeed.
With what? Just my bow and arrow? Holy crap. Ah, get away from me! I'm out of ammo. Hello? Do I just summon a pal and hope for the best?
You could definitely do that.
What the heck is a huggy fire?
That's what turns your that's what turns your
Do I have to take my glasses off?
Fox Sparks into a Oh yeah, you should probably take your glasses off.
Hello?
As a matter of fact. As a matter of fact.
I assume I don't have to try to capture this thing, right?
You might want to take.
Can I just shoot the person?
No. Yeah, you just kill it. Yeah, there's no. You can't capture dungeon boss.
Oh, I didn't do anything. My tiny firefox did everything.
Amazing. Good job. Way to win.
I got carried.
Tiny fox.
I got carried. Huggy. Oh. Pure skill, I know. Oh, this is the thing. How do I shoot the huggy fire?
Pull F, and then you just pull the trigger, and now it's a flamethrower.
Okay. I'm way too amused by that. Oh, okay, now what? I'm on top of the tower. Oh. And nothing. Okay. Can I fly with my flamethrower? Question mark. Okay. I'm gonna... Where's the settlement? There! Don't commit arson on base. Wait, can you set your own base on fire? Wait, I'm gonna die.
No.
Holy
No, you cannot set your own
shit!
base on fire.
I died.
Did you really? Oh
Hello,
yeah,
chat, did I die?
Yeah, you did. You did in fact die. You fell to your death. That is actually really funny. Really, you can set your base on fire? I did not know that. I've never set my own base on fire before. Trust Kanna, we'll find a way to do it.
I have a question. When the timer runs out, do I come
hold,
back to
just
life?
hold F. Yeah, just hold F. Yeah, you'll just revive. It'll give you a couple of options of places where you can revive at. Too funny. That is too funny.
Dramatically dies on a rock. Oh, brother. And then I just rolled off.
Dramatically dies on a rock. Impressive. Chat. Your streamer. Behold.
I have no words. I can't believe I just died. I can't believe that was my first death.
That is so fucking funny.
You just told me that I can't possibly die with all the armor.
Well, yes, but I mean that doesn't include falling to your doom, you fool.
I trusted you.
Gravity is the ultimate boss. What do you mean? Gravity is the ultimate boss. What do you mean? You should know better than to try to pick fights with the gravity boss. Everybody loses to gravity.
Dang it.
Everybody loses to gravity, girl.
I'm just gonna eat my stupid tuna mayo.
So funny. I thought I was invincible. Nothing saves you from gravity.
Like jumps off a mountain. Right.
You said, girl, yes, from the monsters, not from the forces of nature.
Defeats boss, dies getting off the tower.
Isaac Newton stands. Listen, Isaac Newton stands undefeated. Okay, I don't know what to tell you.
You know what? The tower should have come with instructions. How the hell are you supposed to get down?
Oh God. It's just everything has to come with instructions. Bless her.
With a parachute, that's what I did, and I died.
So you don't have to immediately deploy the parachute. You can actually fall for a ways and then deploy the parachute.
See, that would have been great.
I genuinely did not think that I would have to actually tell you that's how the mechanic works. I'm sorry. I overestimated your ability to figure things out. That is entirely on me. I should have realized that I needed to explain that to you in minute detail.
Are you telling me this is supposed to be general knowledge?
You know, kind of. Yeah. It's kind of just people just kind of know that's how things work. In video games.
That's a very bold assumption.
I mean, usually it's a safe one, Lamau? Question mark.
Oops.
Chat. Can I get a show of hands? How many people knew that that's how the parachute mechanic worked? I just can type 1 in chat for me, please. If you
just show your hands. Just show your hands. Don't type 1. That way it's invisible.
I need 1s in chat if you knew that's how the mechanic worked.
They don't know. They don't know either. Don't worry about it. We don't judge here. How do you filter out a specific number from chat, you think?
You can't.
That sounds like a moderator thing, isn't it?
No. Sorry.
Wait, I have to go back to the tower where I died? Oh,
You
man.
have no power here.
Once I get a
Accurate.
dragon, I will have more powers. Wait for me, Sen. It's dark. I'm scared. Okay.
You have no
Alright,
power.
stamina. Climbs. There's a pal called Depresso.
Yes.
Why
there
are
is.
you Depresso? Don't worry. I'll make you happier. Come to my service. Wait, I can actually kill it now, can't I? Holy shit! Wait.
Put your glasses
Don't
back
die.
on.
I'm like mid shooting. But I'm mid shooting. Don't worry. Trust.
See in the middle there where it says cancel? You see in the middle where it says cancel? You could have just canceled the shot. Yeah.
But I'm invested. You trust me?
Well,
Trust me, right? Okay. Like roughly, I think I have like 2 more shots before. Right, and then aim and then capture. Ah! See, I did it.
Good job.
Why is the music still? It has a few friends because of the perpetually grouchy look on its face. Aww. The Presso is so cute. And depressed, I guess. I did it, chat. I didn't even need the oven mitts.
Time to put more whales in the grinder.
How do I... Oh. What? My spirit animals. Ooh. Hey, wait, I don't have stamina. Holy shit, I'm gonna... I'm alive. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna enhance my stamina.
Good thinking.
Hiya. I didn't fall to my death this time. I just
Good
fell.
job. Proud of you. See, you're getting better.
And I thought the monsters were the biggest threat to my life in this game. Why does Zoe look so cute? Dang. Is that my key sphere? To be fair, I came and you just attacked me, girl. You didn't even try to have a conversation.
Kanna's biggest threat is Kanna.
Why is something attacking me? Is that Sen? What did I do?
That's Sin on his shadow beak.
Why do you have so many? Ooh! That's so cool. Why did like Sen has like all the cool looking mounts and I just have my Depresso. Or well this.
I literally
Ta-da!
have the same mount. I just have the white armor on mine.
Oh, sorry. I think it's the purple armor. It makes you give off a different vibe.
Yeah, this armor is absolutely fucking killing me.
But I have a peng gullet. Ta-da! Go say hi. Go say hi. Okay, I can't. Okay, no, but like I can do the flamethrower thing. Wait, what does Depresso do? Caffeine inoculation. What does that even mean?
Oh,
Send you
how
want
many
caffeine?
pals do you have on your inventory right now?
How do I know how many
Like,
pals?
hit tab,
Yeah.
and when it pulls up your party, go to where see up at the top. There's a tab that says party, and up there at the top says party. There
Yeah.
you go. She's full, Sin.
I mean, I can just eat them out if you want. Do you want one? Do you want the presso? What does a caffeine inoculation do? Okay, you need to go deposit one.
He's trying to give you a pal.
You want it?
need to.
Okay, let's go. Wait. Map. Can I fast travel from here? Question mark. Nope. I have to go to a place where I can. That's so far though. To here. Wait, I've never been good at reading maps. Turn right. Is it that way? It's probably that way. Hold. There's one literally below you. Where? Opposite direction. There? No, wait, where? Behind Zoe. Oh, there's
Deep
literally
breaths.
one right there.
Then deep breaths. Deep breaths, buddy. Deep breaths. I believe in you. You can withstand the doggo and her silly shit.
To be fair, I didn't do it on accident. I mean, I did do it on accident. I mean,
She's
I
doing that
didn't
shit
do
on
it
purpose.
purposely.
She let it slip. She let it slip.
No!
She's doing it on purpose. She's doing it on purpose.
What do I know? Wait,
We have proof finally. All this time she's been trying to gaslight me. I don't do it. What do you mean rage bait? I don't rage bait.
But I put pals in box. Completed. And I leveled up. What's that?
I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it.
The abilities will be lowered to match those of your character's level. Is the game telling me I'm low level? Question mark.
Yes. Yes. Well, low level for what Sin's trying to give you anyway.
Oh my god, that's adorable.
Wait, what did he give you? I didn't see.
It's this thing.
I gave you.
It's a flying stingray. Oh, what does it do?
Oh, now you won't take fall damage. Yeah, it's
Really?
it's partner skill makes you immune to fall damage. Yeah.
Thank you, Sen. I will die slightly less.
Well, you're now immune to the gravity boss for the time being. You're pretty much immune to all the damage that the.
So if I just heat off, I won't get hurt.
Correct.
Maybe not from that distance, but you know what I mean. What does it do? Why is it going around? It's gathering stuff. It's working harder than I am. Thank you, Sen. I don't know where Sen went. Sen appears and disappears like the wind. Mean. Can jump off the top of the world so not take damage. I could not. Okay. To be fair, I only died once. I think. See? Now I can fly and not worry about fall damage. I'm gonna fall again, aren't I? Oh no, I'm fine. You'd have to build a tower. Can I jump off the world tree? Oh my god, it's so cute! Why is there a giant Gumas? Can I catch it? Do I need to beat it first?
Yes, you have to
Hello?
weaken it. Make sure you have your glasses on. Make sure you have your glasses on.
You have so little trust, but rightfully so.
Shit. Shit.
Gumas won't attack me, right? Probably.
Right.
Did I just accidentally attack the boss?
Maybe.
Father? I think
You might have.
It's not me! It's the thing! It's the little thing! It's the cellar ray. Can I just catch it? Why is Gumas just lying there? Am I gonna die? Eat! I'm hungry. Ah! Father! Can I just catch you?
I can't
No.
help you right now. I am currently fighting a legendary.
No, I have a question. Why is Gumas just lying there? Can't I catch it? Do I need a bigger ball?
Dude, nope. You killed it. It's dead.
What?
Well, the elephant killed it. No, the Mamarest killed it. Because
Brother.
yeah.
But I didn't kill it. That's not fair. I put the glasses on.
Yeah.
No. Wake up. Wake up. The accident was your... No, it's dead. Brother, it's not my fault. This is stupid mammoth. I'm gonna run. I will remember you, Gumas. The accident was not my fault. Okay, you know what? Undeploy this thing, okay? Oh, but it's like half dead. Ah! Am I gonna die, you think? Where is it? Where did it go? What the heck? Oh, it's right there! I'm gonna die. Father, the shield broke.
Oh.
Ah! I love how my attack is just like 1. My attack is literally 1. Ayo, Tuhan Allah mati gua anjir. I'm gonna skedaddle. Adios, my friends. How far does it chase you, you think? Can I drown if I don't have enough stamina? Question mark?
I don't know. I've never had that be an issue for me, so I'm not really sure.
Yes. Hiya. And I just wanted to peacefully capture a giant Gumas. Hiya. How do you heal? I thought eating would heal you. I guess not.
You have to let your health will regenerate over time.
Stop checking your character out. What do you mean? It's still up there, isn't it?
Probably, yeah.
I didn't even smack it. I'm not the problem. Where is it? I think I'm safe. My giant Gumas. I didn't smack it. I think it was a pal. Was it not? I'm so sad. My giant Gumas. Me. Please stop attacking me. I'm already depressed. Life is so fragile, Father. I even put on the glasses.
Unfortunately, the glasses don't help when other things in the environment get involved in the fight.
Hiya. Search for clues about the next tower. Oh man. And I'm lost too. Okay. Why is it so difficult to just capture one big thing? Do, 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 do. Oh.
Oh, fuck. God, this game's fucking inconsistencies with fucking walls and what they block and what they don't. Holy shit.
What's that? Syndicate thug. Are they bullying? Eh?
Probably. Syndicate thugs are kind of assholes.
I can't tell who I feel bad for. The boars or the thugs. Oh, the thugs are dead. They lost to the boars. Ooh, but shiny thing. What if I just run and grab that real quick? Excuse me. Is that a good idea? I mean, probably. They're not gonna chase me, are they? No, they're fine. I'm not stuck yet. Where am I? Oh. I still don't have my fishing rod subs. I went the opposite way of where I was trying to go. Okay. West is that way. I have a question. What the heck is a glowing blue cave?
That is a dungeon.
Is it safe to...
Yeah,
No, never
should
mind.
be. At your level. Yeah, you should be fine. Yeah, you should be okay at your level to do that dungeon, I would think.
Huh. Boring conversation.
I'm sorry. I'm very focused at the moment because I'm doing silly things.
Oh no, they're talking about the boar.
Oh, boring
Boring,
conversation.
get
Lamau.
it?
Hey man, you got to be careful when careful saying that. You know, video game companies get mad at you for that shit. Lamau.
Why is there a messenger of love?
Oh, talk to her. She will tell you to do like a specific emote, and she'll reward you for doing the emote.
Let's try wave together. Press 4. Select emotes. Uh-huh. Wave. Ta-da! That's it. Yibi, thank you, messenger of love. Oh. Am I still heading west? Yes, I am. Boop. Wow. I don't know how, but I'm level 29. By breathing. Whoa. Right, no stamina. Is that a volcano? Huh. Ooh. Abandoned mine shaft. Castaway journal. Applied transporting handbook. A rare book written about the secrets of transporting. Allow pal to read it and permanently
save
increase.
those. Yeah. Yeah, you want to save those till later when you get better pals to max out their stats.
Ooh. Ooh. Where am I? Huh. I mean, this place is pretty nice, question mark? If I want to move my base, do I have to dismantle the old one first?
Yes. Yes, you will
Aw.
have to dismantle well, I don't know. I don't what I so being in the guild means we have a shared base like cap number that we can have.
Uh-huh. Oh, so I can just build it and then dismantle the old one.
Maybe
Question mark.
we'll have to see. I'm not sure.
Let's see. Huh. Huh. This place is pretty far away from the old one. I think it's okay. Question mark. Pretty cozy. Question mark. Hehe. Yeah. Here. Okay. I'll dismantle the old one first. There's a lot of flat ground. Right, chat? A lot of flat ground. I'm relatively sure nothing's gonna attack me here. Question mark. Yeah. Honey, I'm gonna live under a rock, father. I think this is a rock.
That seems appropriate.
Look, yeah. Because shade and stuff.
She's a gnome confirmed chat.
I'm gonna go dismantle. It's a pretty far walk back, isn't it?
Probably, yeah.
Aw, man. Yeah.
Unfortunately, they don't. There's no currently anyway. There's no ability to like have passengers on mounts.
Oh, okay.
So unfortunately, I can't like come pick you up. Otherwise, I just come get you.
Huh.
But mount shared mount is not a thing yet. I'm assuming they'll add it at some point, probably.
I'm not lost, I think. Okay. Autumn rocks. I'm literally living near rocks and under a giant rock. Okay. I'm gonna move there. I'm gonna run out of stamina before I get to the top. I can totally see why you would lose track of time playing this game though.
Oh, yeah, yeah. It's so easy to lose track of time. You look up and it's fucking 6 hours later and you're like, what the fuck? I just looked over and realized it's almost 3 a.m. and I'm like, oh.
Oh, 3 a.m. Uh-huh. Oh. Have I been streaming for 4 hours? Bro.
Yeah, 4.5 hours.
Huh. Ooh, I found a teleporty thing. Okay. Desolate church. Haha. What did I bookmark this for again? Delete.
Hell yes. Whew, okay, that was good.
Did you win? What happened?
Yes. Yes, I won. I won and I caught the thing I was trying to catch. Holy fuck.
Structures not placeable
was,
outside of base will be disassembled.
Don't worry about that. I disabled that on the server.
Wait, if I had like a storage box there, will the things inside disappear?
Yeah. But like you don't have anything like that's why it's better to find a new base kind of early on because anything you leave behind it doesn't matter because it's all just basic crafting materials anyway. So
Oh, I'll check it out just in
yeah,
case. I might have done a silly and put things in there. You never know with my brain.
that's true. That's true. Make sure. Holy crap. Sin, buddy. I just captured Frostallion knocked. You'll see in a second when I well in a second I gotta go back to my base and build its saddle and shit. But yeah, I just caught a
I'm so heavy.
level 65 legendary. Had 20,000 hit points. And while I do a lot of damage, I don't do that much damage. That's why it was such a long fight.
Huh. Oh. Nom, 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 nom.
Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Okay.
I forgot I'm heavy. No, the things I'm carrying are heavy. I'm gonna crawl to my base. One new base, wait.
That's so funny.
It's gonna take forever! Oh no. Okay. Three steps is roughly probably 1 meter. I have 136 meters to go. How many steps is that? 390?
You're probably carrying stuff that you don't genuinely need to carry.
I think I have 500 rocks.
So, oh yeah, you'll get more rock, Kanna. You don't need to carry all that with you. Yeah, you don't need to carry all that with you. It's not necessary.
120 meters to go. Did I climb up or climb down from here? Maybe if I just pretend I'm on the longest, like, leisure walk. You know what I mean? Like it's autumn and the trees are so beautiful.
Kanna, just drop the fucking rock. What are you doing? This is the basic resource. Just drop it. Just drop it on the ground, Kanna. It'll be okay.
I think even if I drop the rock, there might be other things.
If you're carrying rock and or wood, drop both. For real. Drop both.
Where are the things? I'll still be heavy, I think. Okay. I have 50 stones, I think. 45 to be exact. And then I have wood fiber wood. I think that's it. What else is making it heavy? I have no idea. Is it just the stone?
Probably.
Drop. Nope, I'm still really heavy. Drop the wood. This one? Fiber? Drop. No, I'm still at 3,000, chat. Oh! It's the 800 wood, isn't it? But much wood.
It doesn't matter. What is so easy to come by, Kanna, I promise.
I'll take back the stones then. Can I carry the fiber? No, I can't. Oh, but I can still somewhat jog. This is okay. This is faster. 60 meters to go. Don't worry about it. Time to find the rock from which I will live under. Or you can build a second base near the church. Scale of 1 to 10. I should have just built it near the church, huh? The desolate church. Me just carrying more and more items as I walk by. Wood. Am I heading the right direction, chat? Is this the right direction? Yeah. I have no idea. Where am I? Where am I, actually? Oh, I'm above. Oh, this is the rock, and then I go under. What is that? Oh, wait, I'm gonna die. Oh no, I have the things I can't die. Windswept Island. What's that? Is that someone else's base? What did I see? Death Stranding 3 looks better. I'm crawling. Here's probably okay, right, chat? Living in the dark under a rock. It's probably fine. I need wood. I told you I need wood.
Yes, but you can get more wood near there. I'm sure there are trees nearby.
I'm under a rock. Is there wood? Chat, now I need more wood. And it's dark. Can I just make a thing? Wait. Can I just make a torch? Cause darkness. Wait.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Insufficient. I need wood. I knew it. I knew it. Oh, if I use the axe, do I just chop down a tree? Oh. You're right. I just got 67 wood.
Well, now 6, 7.
Yeah. I'm lost. It's dark. Oh, here. Sure. Finally. Civilization. What is that sound? That's not the sound of my tummy, right? Okay. Hungry. It is the sound of my tummy.
Yes, you're probably still hungry. You should order food before it. I swear to God.
I ate the kebab.
I'm gonna ban her from the server, chat.
You can't. I've invested so much time and effort, and I died here.
Shortest,
blood, sweat, and tears.
The shortest time spent on a server ever.
Blood, sweat, and tears. I tell you. Blood, sweat, and tears. Don't do this to me, Father.
The shortest time spent on a server ever.
Blood, sweat, and tears.
You invest some blood, sweat, and tears into feeding yourself. Hi-ya.
I ate my kebab. Light.
Mm-hmm.
Honey. And then storage. No, wait. Production. Primitive workbench. I don't know where to put it. Over there, maybe. You can rotate? Oh well. Wait. Repair bench, pal gear, and a furnace. There you go. Chat. This is gonna be the best base under a rock ever.
That's right.
I finally have a furnace. I need box though. Box. Box? Oh, wait. I can put an ingot in. Yaha. I have to... Oh, you just wait? Huh? I don't have to work for the furnace, I just have to wait for it? Is that correct? Probably. Probably. That sounds like the correct hypothesis. I need more stone. If I smack that thing, will a rock come out? No, those are ores. Huh. Wait, how do you get stones then? You just smack a random cliff? No. Kanna, summon your fire pals? Do you want me to set my own base on fire? Is that even possible?
Well, you need you need to have a fire pal to make the furnace work.
Oh, hiya.
Yes. The fire pals are what make the furnace work.
How do I revive a pal that's been knocked out? Question mark. If they're incapacitated, what must I do? Will they just come back to life? Oh, you just put them in the box and wait? Huh.
Yeah. Yeah. Put them in the box and they will recharge eventually.
I don't feel safe with all these spores running around my place. Meep. There's a fire one over there. Where? Here? Oh! Aya. Giving NFS a heart attack. Katabok. Wafat la. It's dead! How could you kill my fire thing?
NFS currently having a small meltdown watching you play the game.
But I didn't even kill it. Am I wearing my glasses? Aw, man. It did. What's up here anyway? Thou shalt not harm pals. Oh, that's the name of the tutorial. A pen king? And a killamari? Why does it look so adorable? Why are they glowing blue? Is it am I in someone's base? I'm in someone's base, aren't I?
Yes, that is, I think, one of Sen's bases.
Sen!
Probably.
Your giant penguin killed my thing! Well, mine should have been thing.
I think that's Sen's farm.
Sorry, Sen. I'm under the rock near your thing. Does that mean I just have to wait for my pal to wake up? Ay la madre! Do I have my glasses? You think? Ah! I have my glasses on, right? Ta-da! Self-restraint. Nyahaha. I did it, chat. Okay, let's put you to work, good sir. Let me put you to work. Oh. Beep beep boop boop. Oh, now it works. Huh. Oh, okay. I have acquired ingots. I just forgot what I needed the ingots for. I don't remember
I'm sure
what
you'll
I
remember.
needed for.
I'm
Why
sure
was
you'll
I
remember.
trying to get that? Is it the
I believe in
fishing
you.
rod?
Probably, maybe, possibly, could be.
I can't find the fishing rod though in the primitive workbench. Is it in build? Am I silly? Huh. Huh. I genuinely don't know. Why am I here?
Just to suffer.
Just to suffer.
Just to suffer.
I don't know how to.
So,
Didn't I
as soon as
unlock the
I
thing?
make a saddle for this new pal I just got, I'm gonna need you to make a space in your pals, because I'm gonna bring you a pal so that you can enjoy the freedom of life.
I think I was. Maybe I was trying to make a metal box.
Could be.
Technology. Wait.
Super ultra mega technology.
Makeshift handgun. Bear trap.
Don't even bother.
With what?
Honestly.
The bear trap?
Yeah. It's one of those things that we're not entirely sure why they added it to the game. It's like, okay, brother.
Metal box. Metal box. You must be around here somewhere. Huh?
At the bottom, Kanna, where it says search, if you type in metal
There's
or
a
box,
search.
yeah, there's a search. Yeah. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Technologia. Oh. Wait. There's no metal box. Is it not called a metal box? I kind of forgot.
Just type in box, question mark?
Chest.
Chest. There you go. That would explain it.
Hi, English difficult lah.
Technologia haya.
So much difficulty. Haha. I have a silly question. Or may not be silly. If you smack a giant ore deposit, does it eventually break away and disappear?
Yes. Yes.
Dang
Yes, it will eventually. It will eventually go
respawn?
away. Yes.
Oh, then I'll just.
Takes time, but it will respawn. Yeah, it does take time.
Cannot even aim and hit the damn thing. Ah. I'm heavy again. I think I have enough though. I get it. Wait, does it respond to the same size as it was before?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
I will destroy it.
whenever it gets. Yeah. Whenever a Um,
I'm gonna be
yeah.
I'm gonna be 3,000 again, chat. I'm gonna crawl back to my storage. This is as fast as I can go. Good thing I made a base really close by. Mm-hmm. Any second now. Any second now. I'm getting there.
I believe in you.
I can smell the furnace. Almost. 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 I got it. If I just put in like all the ore, they're gonna have to be stuck here, aren't they? Aw. Good luck, little thing. Wait, can I move something that I've already placed?
No. You have to break it and move it again. It's one of the things that the game. It's one of the. That's the other major gripe I have with the game is that you can't just move things after you've built them. You have to break them.
Kind of annoying, isn't it? Yeah.
It is, especially when you decide you want to move your PAL box, and when you break it to move it, it breaks 2/3 of your base, and you have to rebuild it afterwards. Ask me how I found that out.
Oh man.
It was a good time.
Pick a really good spot for your PAL box.
I need you to make a free space in your PALs. Put something in the PAL box for me.
I have free space.
Okay, good shit. I'm coming to you. Hold on. Where are you, little doggo? I see you.
Rock.
Where in the fuck is Sin? Oh, Sin's up there.
I'm under a rock.
Yep, I see you. I'm coming to your base right now.
The rockitude. Whee! I'm just here slaving away.
Now my question is, how do I drop a PAL? Because I've never done that before. Sin, how do I drop a PAL?
You throw it? That doesn't sound right.
No.
You go into the thingy. What thingy? Oh, hit an inventory.
Thank you. Go into your party and hit R on the PAL.
Huh.
Oh. I'm stupid. There we go.
You're smarter than I am.
All right, come here, Kanna. Look at me.
Hi.
So I want to make sure you get this. Oh, hold on.
Oh.
There you go. Pick that up. That is for you.
Thank you. Born from the depths of insanity.
Congratulations, you now have a flying mount.
Oh! Oh my god!
Yep, there you go.
Thank
Hold
you,
F. Hold down on F.
F?
Yeah, hold down on F.
It says locked. Is it a technology?
Oh, you have to still. That's so stupid. Oh, okay. Well, okay, you can't use it as a. Yeah, you still have to make. You have to make the saddle for it. That's the problem. You don't. Yeah, there's a saddle, and you're not gonna be able to unlock it for a while. But in the meantime, that shadow beak will absolutely dog shit on over everything that you might have to fight. That shadow beak has got. I buffed it quite a bit before handing it over to you. So, would you like to see my new mount?
Yes. Holy crap! What the heck? A frost alien.
My
Dude.
my purple armor feels less silly now.
It actually matches. No, you look great.
This is what I was fighting earlier when I was like fucking like trying to not die.
Holy crap, that's so cool. That's so cool. Whoa. And it's huge.
Yeah,
And I thought your mount was already huge, this one.
Yeah.
And then that one popped up.
Yeah, it's enormous.
It's
yeah,
humongous.
eventually, like as soon as once you're able to craft a harness. Sin, where you at? Look at this. Oh, it looks so cool when it flies. Holy shit. Hold on, I'm gonna have to come back and show you, Kanna. Sin, where in the hell
I'll come
are
out
you?
to open air.
Sin, hold still. I want to show you this thing.
Oopsies.
Sin.
Is that Sen's place? Probably.
No. Sin's running around out here instead of holding still. Oh, there he is. Fucking. Look at this stupid fucking My Little Pony shit I've got going on now, bro. And watch when it flies. Look, it leaves glitter behind it.
Glitter?
Yes. This is some hardcore My Little Pony nonsense transpiring right here.
It matches your armor so well.
Hold on, let me see. That's so funny. On Sin's screen, I'm apparently glitching through it. Instead of riding on top of it, I'm like riding inside of it. It's so funny. I think that's Sin. I hate to tell you something, buddy. I think that's your AMD graphics card doing things.
Training manual.
Bro, this thing is so fucking fast.
Hardwood. Okay. That means my new goal is to unlock the harness.
You're a long ways off from that.
Is that far?
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, so Shadowbeak Saddle unlocks at 47. So, well, I mean, I guess it's not that far off because you keep leveling from us doing stuff. So probably you'll get there a lot faster than we did.
I'm somehow
actually.
at 30.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just
so actually, it probably won't take you that long.
True. It will be fine then.
Yeah. So once you are able to unlock it and you can get the materials and stuff like that, you'll be able to craft it pretty easily. Okay, look. Right, watch.
You're a magical unicorn! Holy crap. Okay.
So some seriously intense My Little Pony nonsense going on right now. I wonder what her attacks look like. Let's see here.
Oh.
Ooh. Shadow orbs. Very slow, La.
It looks cool though.
Yep.
Oh, what's that one? Is that fireballs? Is that a laser?
Mm-hmm.
Mean.
The main thing is she fast as fuck? So I have a feeling she's going to do a lot of damage.
Huh. Oh. Wow.
When I do actually attack things with her. Nifty.
One
Now
day.
I'm going to go do this thing I should have done when I was like level 20.
Which is?
Go down this time to take care of this power situation.
How do I make a pal just stay here? Question mark?
You have to assign them to do something in your base. And the pals that are in your inventory are going to come with you no matter what.
How do you assign them to do the thing? What?
You pick them up and you throw them at the thing that you want them to do.
You pick them up and you throw.
Yes, you put V and then you throw them at a task that they're... But now certain pals can only do certain tasks.
Huh.
So like if you want your fire pal to work on the furnace, you have to pick it up and then you'll go over and you yeet it at the furnace.
Go over and eat it. Why is there a flying boar there? Okay. Okay, hold. Eat it, but what if I can't see the furnace? What? 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 I pressed wrong button again, didn't I? How does one eat a thing that needs to be eaten? Man. Me. Wait, what? How do I eat? Okay. Put in storage. Into base pals. Oh! Here. Huh. Oh. Okay. You're just gonna stay there, aren't you, buddy? Oh. Don't pick it up and eat it. Or maybe you don't need to. I'll carry you around then. Okay. Done and done. I need to eat. Oh, okay. Oh, crap. Okay. I lost track of time. The refrigerator people, the technician is here. What? Oh crap. I forgot. Well, I didn't forget. I thought it was 1 p.m. Oh, I think I gotta go. I have to get the technician in.
Go do what you need to do and eat something, La. More than just the sketchy kebab. The sketchy tuna kebab. You
It
should
was a
eat
huge
more.
portion. I forgot my vitamins. I'm gonna go.
You forgot your vitamin.
I'm gonna go consume. I'm gonna go consume my vitamins.
Yes. You should do that. You should go consume your vitamins. And
I don't need to save anything, correct? I just need to log out.
Just log out. Yeah, just log out. It automatically saves.
Thank you for accompanying me, Pharaoh.
You're welcome. It was fun.
You are.
You'll get
I'm
it's so funny the amount of leveling you're doing just by existing
I'm
while we're running
literally
around
all
doing
I need to
stuff,
do
and
is
it's
just
so
log in and
funny.
wait, right?
Yeah, basically just log in and wait.
I
Honestly,
thought uh
by the time like you get to a certain point, I'm just gonna like, I don't know, have you move into my base or something because you can
yeah.
access like pretty much the only thing you can't access are my pals, but you should be able to
Mm-hmm.
use everything else in my base because
Oh.
like it's just not going to make any sense for you to re-level all of that stuff. I think if you're in my base, you should just be able to like we'll try later or something and see to experiment, but I think if you're my base, because my base is already leveled, you probably can just use my stuff to like to create your
Huh.
saddle and whatnot.
Oh.
Since we're in the same guild question mark? I don't know.
Smart.
We'll
I
find
guess
out.
we'll find out.
Yeah.
He 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 he.
Because it just it seems silly to force you to go through raising all of that stuff up if you don't actually have to do it. I mean, you might have to do it and we'll just, I'll help you with it or whatever, but it just if
Yeah.
it's not absolutely necessary, like why?
It'll be fine. Current base missions. That's the joint
Yeah.
mission, I think, or something.
Possibly. We'll figure it out. Like I say, when you we're probably gonna have to do some of the stuff offline or whatever. We'll go through and figure out what's what whenever
Nyongi.
you have time, Lamau.
Nyongi. Thank you for playing with me, Pharaoh.
Yeah,
Hee
welcome.
hee 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 hee.
It was fun.
It was hard work getting to level 30. Did you see all my hard work, chat? So much hard work.
The hardest work.
Okay, I should let the technician in before they leave.
Hmm. Yes, yes, you should. You
Bye,
just
Pharaoh.
bye.
All I need to do is log out, right?
Yes, just log out.
Bye
Okay.
bye.
Bye bye.
Beep beep beep. Boop boop boop. Hold. Wah, 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 wah. Wait, what if I transition? Right? And then I'm not here. Oh, wait, I could be here. Probably. Wait. I'm in a big brain. Tada! I'm here to say adios. Wait, let me put music on so it's legit and crap. Hold. Tada! I'm the smartest one of all, shit. Wait, I can be bigger. I can be bigger. I'm gonna be huge. I'm totally not HD, but you know what? Who cares? Thank you for accompanying me, chat. Feast your eyes on my trash can. You know what's funny? The whole time, I'm still. What is it called? What do the youngest call it? I'm still piloting. I feel like I'm making emotions even though you can't see it, and then you just see this trash can chat. Okay, we're gonna raid. How do you log out again? If I just close it, that counts as logging out, right? That totally does. Checks out. That checks out, probably. Wait. Do I know people? Probably not. Probably not. Oh. How about Gramps? Gramps is also playing Palworld, isn't he? Like, is that their base? Why does it look so cool? What the heck? Again? Because they're there in my home screen, chat. They're there in my home screen. Copy. There. I'm a genius. What the heck? They have so many things unlocked. Is that a freaking palace? What the heck is that? Oh, right. Oh, shit. If you wanna go to bed or go continue your day, go ahead, feel free. If you wanna hop on over to Gramps, we're rating him next. Thank you so much for dropping by. I'll make a schedule for next week. Beep beep boop boop. This giant PNG tuber is so bootleg. Why does it look exactly like me? Because it's my PNG tuber. Adios, chat. Hope you have a great rest of your day or night. Thank you for sticking around. I will remember to end stream, I promise. Hee hee hee. Hee 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 hee. Wah ha ha. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye. See you next week. Bye bye. I'm smart.